Chapter 9. I'm not sure how long the silence went on. A silence that the almost intolerable hiss of the lamps and the ululating moan of the south wind served only to deepen. It must have lasted at least 10 seconds, although it seemed many times as long. A seemingly interminable period of time during which nobody moved and nothing moved, not even eyes. For Alan's eyes were fixed on the button in Judith Haynes' hand in fascinated uncomprehension, while every other eye in the room was on Alan. That one small leather-covered button held us all in thrall. Judith Haynes was the first to move. She rose very slowly, as if it called for a tremendous effort of both mind and muscle, and stood there for a moment as if irresolute. She seemed quiet now and very resigned, and because this was the wrong reaction altogether, I looked past her towards Conrad and Smithy and caught the eyes of both. Conrad lowered his eyes briefly, as if in acknowledgement of a signal. Smithy shifted his gaze towards Judith Haynes, and when she began to move away from the body of her husband, both of them moved casually towards each other to block off her clearly intended approach to Alan. Judith Haynes stopped, looked at them, and smiled. "That won't be necessary at all," she said. She tossed the button to Alan, who caught it in involuntary reaction. He held it in his hand, staring at it, then looked up in perplexity at Judith Haynes, who smiled again. "You'll be needing that, won't you?" she said, and walked in the direction of her allocated room. I relaxed, and was aware that others were doing so also, for I could hear the slow exhalation of breaths of those standing closest to me. I looked away from Judith Haynes to Alan, and that was a mistake, because I had relaxed too soon. I'd been instinctively aware that the seemingly quiet and sad resignation had been wholly out of character, but had put it down to the effects of the shattering shock she had just received. "You killed him! You killed him!" Her voice was an insane scream, but no more insane than the demented fury with which she was attacking Mary Darling, who had already stumbled over backwards, the other woman falling on top of her, clawing viciously with hooked fingers. "You bitch! You whore! You filthy slut! You murderess! You're the person who killed him! You killed my husband! You! Sobbing and shrieking maniacal invective at the terrified and momentarily paralysed Mary Darling, who had already lost her big horn-rimmed spectacles. Judith Haynes wound one hand round the unfortunate Mary's hair and was reaching for her eyes with the other when Smithy and Conrad got to her. Both were big, strong men, but she fought with such crazed and tigerish ferocity, and they had at the same time to cope with two equally hysterical dogs, that it took them quite some seconds to pull her clear. And even then she clung with the strength of madness to Mary's hair, a grip that Smithy ruthlessly and without hesitation broke by squeezing her wrist until she shrieked with pain. They dragged her upright, and she continued to scream hysterically with all the strength of her lungs, no longer attempting even to mouth words. Just that horrible, nerve-drilling shrieking like some animal in its dying agony. Then the sound abruptly ceased. Her legs buckled, and Smithy and Conrad eased her to the floor. Conrad looked at me. "Act 2? He was breathing heavily and looked pale. "No, this is real. Will you please take her to a cubicle?" I looked at the shocked and sobbing Mary, but she didn't need any immediate assistance from me, for Alan, his own injuries forgotten, had dropped to his knees beside her, raised her to a sitting position, and was using a none-too-clean handkerchief to dab at the 3 deep and ugly scratches that had been torn down the length of her left cheek. I left them, went into my cubicle, prepared a hypodermic, and entered the cubicle where Judith Haynes had been taken. Smithy and Conrad were standing watchfully by, and had been joined by Otto, the Count, and Gowen. Otto looked at the syringe and caught my arm. Is that for my daughter? What are you going to do to her? It's all over now, man. Good God! You can see she's unconscious." "And I'm going to see that she bloody well stays that way," I said. "For hours and hours and hours." That way is best for her and best for all of us. All right, I'm sorry for your daughter. She's had a tremendous shock. But medically, I'm not concerned with that. I'm just concerned with how best to treat her for the condition she's in now, which is frankly unbalanced, unstable, and highly dangerous. Or do you want to have a look at Mary Darling again? Otto hesitated, but Gowan, calmly reasonable as always, came to my help. Dr. Marlowe is perfectly right, Otto, and it's for Judith's own good. After such a shock, a long rest can only help. This is the best thing for her. I wasn't so sure about that. I'd have preferred a straitjacket, but I nodded my thanks to Gowan, administered the injection, helped bundle her into a zipped sleeping bag, saw that she was covered over and above that with a sufficiency of blankets, and left her. I took the dogs with me and put them in my own cubicle. I don't much like having animals, especially highly strung ones, in the company of a person under sedation. Alan had Mary Darling seated on a bench now, but was still dabbing her cheek. She'd stopped sobbing now, was just breathing with long, quivering, indrawn gasps, and, scratches apart, didn't seem much the worse for an experience that must have been as harrowing as it was brief. Lonnie was standing a few feet away, looking sorrowfully at the girl and shaking his head. Poor lassie," he said quietly. "Poor little girl." "She'll be all right," I said. "If I do a halfway job, the scratches won't even scar." I looked at Stryker's body and decided that its removal to the tractor shed was clearly the first priority. Apart from Lonnie and Alan, no one had eyes for anything else. And even although out of sight would not necessarily be out of mind, the absence of that mutilated body could hardly fail to improve morale. "I wasn't talking about young Mary." Lonnie had my attention again. "I was thinking about Judith Haynes. Poor, lonely lassie." I looked at him closely, but I should have known him well enough by then to realize that he was incapable of either dissimulation or duplicity. He looked as sad as he sounded. "Lonnie," I said, "you never cease to astonish me." I lit the oil stove, put some water on to heat, then turned to Stryker. Both Smithy and Conrad were waiting, and words were unnecessary. Lonnie insisted on coming with us, to open doors and hold a flashlight. We left Stryker in the tractor shed and went back to the main cabin. Smithy and Conrad went inside, but Lonnie showed no intentions of following them. He stood there as if deep in thought, seemingly oblivious of a wind now strong enough to have to lean against, of a thickening, driving snow now approaching the proportions of a blizzard, of the intense and steadily deepening cold. "I think I'll stay out here a bit," he said. "Nothing like a little fresh air to clear the head." "No, indeed," I said. I took the torch from him and directed its beam at the nearest hut. "In there, on the left." Wherever else Olympus Productions may have fallen short in the commissariat department, it hadn't been in the line of alcoholic stimulants. "My dear fellow," he retrieved his torch with a firm grasp, "I personally supervised its storage." "And not even a lock to contend with," I said. "And what if there was? Otto would give me the key." "Otto would give you a key," I said carefully. "Of course. Do you think I'm a professional safecracker who goes around festooned with strings of skeleton keys? Who do you think gave me the keys to the lounge locker on the Morning Rose?" "Otto did," I said brightly. "Of course. What kind of blackmail are you using, Lonnie?" "Otto is a very, very kind man," Lonnie said seriously. "I thought I told you that." "I'd just forgotten." I watched him thoughtfully as he plodded purposefully through the deep snow towards the provisions hut, then went inside the main cabin. Most of the people inside, now that Stryker had gone, had transferred their attention to Alan, who was clearly self-consciously aware of this, for he no longer had his arm around Mary, although he still dabbed at her cheek with a handkerchief. Conrad, who had clearly become more than a little smitten by Mary Stuart, for he had sought out her company whenever possible in the past 2 days, was sitting beside her, chafing one of her hands. I assumed she'd been complaining of the temperature, which was still barely above freezing. And although she seemed half reluctant and was smiling in some embarrassment, she wasn't objecting to the extent of making a song and dance about it. Otto, Gawain, the Count, and Devine were talking in low voices near one of the oil stoves. Devine, not surprisingly, was there not in the capacity of a contributor to the conversation, but as a bartender, for he was laying out glasses and bottles under Otto's fussy direction. Otto beckoned me across. "After what we've just been through," he said, "I think we're all badly in need of a restorative." That Otto should be lashing out so recklessly with his private supplies was sufficient indication of the extent to which he had been shaken. "It will also give us time to decide what to do with him." "Who?" "Alan, of course." "Ah, well, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you gentlemen will have to count me out for both drink and deliberations." I nodded to Alan and Mary Darling, both of whom were watching us with some degree of apprehension. "A little patching up to do there. Excuse me." I took the now hot water from the oil stove, brought it into my cubicle, put a white cloth on the rickety table that was there, laid out a basin, instruments, and what medicaments I thought I'd require, then returned to where Conrad and Mary Stuart were sitting in the main body of the cabin. Like all the other little groups in the cabin, they were talking in voices so low as to be virtually whispering. Whether from a desire for privacy, or because they still felt themselves to be in the presence of death, I didn't know. Conrad, to my complete lack of surprise, was now industriously massaging her other hand, and as that was her left or far-away one, I assumed that he hadn't had to fight for it. I said, "I'm sorry to interrupt the first aid, but I want to patch up young Alan a bit. I wonder if Mary, dear, will look after Mary Darling for a bit." "Mary, dear?" Conrad raised an inquiring eyebrow. "To distinguish her from Mary Darling," I explained, "is what I call her when we're alone in the long watches of the night." She smiled slightly, but that was her only reaction. "Mary, dear," Conrad said appreciatively. "I like it." "May I call you that?" "I don't know," she said mock-seriously. "Perhaps it's copyright." "He can have the patent under license," I said. "I can always rescind it. What were you two being so conspiratorial about?" "Ah, yes," Conrad said. "Your opinion, Doc. That stone out there. I mean the lump of rock Stryker was clobbered with. I'd guess the weight about 70 pounds. Would you?" "The same." "I asked Mary here if she could lift a rock like that above her head, and she said, 'Don't be ridiculous.'" "Unless she's an Olympic weightlifter in disguise, well, yes, you are ridiculous. She couldn't." "Why?" "Well, just look at her." He nodded across at the other Mary. "Skin and bone, just skin and bone. Now how—" "I wouldn't let Alan hear you." "Oh, you know what I mean. A rock that size. Murderess, Judith Haynes called her. Well, so, OK, she was out there looking with the others, but how on earth—" "I think Miss Haynes had something else in mind," I said. I left them, beckoned to Alan, then turned to Smithy, who was sitting close by. "I require a surgery assistant. Feeling up to it now?" "Sure." He rose. "Anything to take my mind off Captain Imrie, and the report he must be writing out about me right now." There was nothing I could do to Alan's face that nature couldn't do better, so I concentrated on the gash on the back of his head. I froze it, shaved the area around it, and jerked my head to Smithy to have a look. He did this, and his eyes widened a little, but he said nothing. I put 8 stitches in the wound and covered it with plaster. During all of this we hadn't exchanged a word, and Alan was obviously very conscious of this. He said, "You haven't got much to say to me, have you, Dr. Marlowe?" "A good tradesman doesn't talk on the job." "You're just thinking what all the others are thinking, aren't you?" "I don't know. I don't know what all the others are thinking. Well, that's it. Just comb your hair straight back, and no one will know you're prematurely bald. Yes, thank you. He turned and faced me, hesitated and said, It does look pretty black against me, doesn't it? Not to a doctor. You mean you don't think I did it? It's not a matter of thinking. It's a matter of knowing. Look, all in all, you've had a pretty rough day. You're more shaken up than you realise, and when that anaesthetic wears off, you're going to hurt a bit. Your cubicle's next to mine, isn't it? Yes, but... Go and lie down for a couple of hours. Yes, but... And I'll send Mary through when I've finished with her. He made to speak, then nodded wearily and left. Smithy said, That was nasty. The back of his head, I mean. It must have been one hell of a clout. He's been lucky that his skull isn't fractured. Doubly lucky in that he's not even concussed. Aha. Smithy thought for a moment. Look, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not very good at coining phrases, but doesn't this put a rather different complexion upon matters? I am a doctor, and it does. He thought some more. Especially when you have a close look at Stryker. Especially that. I brought Mary Darling in. She was very pale, still apprehensive, and had a little girl lost look about her, but she had herself under control. She looked at Smithy, made as if to speak, hesitated, changed her mind, and let me get on with doing what I could. I cleaned and disinfected the scratches, taped them up carefully, and said, It'll itch like fury for a bit, but if you can resist the temptation to haul the plasters off, then you'll have no scars. Thank you, Doctor. I'll try. She looked very wan. Can I speak to you, please? Of course. She looked at Smithy, and I said, You can speak freely. I promise you it will go no farther. Yes, I know, but... Mr. Guerin is dispensing free Scotch out there, Smithy said, and made for the door. I'd never forgive myself if I passed up an experience that can happen only once in a lifetime. She had me by the lapels, even before Smithy had the door fully closed behind him. There was a frantic worry in her face, a sick misery in the eyes that made me realise just how much it had cost her to maintain her composure while Smithy had been there. Alan didn't do it, Dr. Marlowe. He didn't. I know he didn't. I swear he didn't. I know things look awful for him. The fight they had this morning, and now this other fight, and that button in Mr. Stryker's hand and everything. But I know he didn't. He told me he didn't. Alan couldn't tell a lie. He wouldn't tell me a lie. And he couldn't hurt anything. I mean, just not kill anybody. I mean, hurt anybody. He just couldn't do it. And I didn't do it. Her fists clenched until the knuckles showed. She was even, for some odd reason, trying to shake me now, and tears were rolling down her face. Whatever she'd known in her short life hadn't prepared her for times and situations like those. She shook her head in despair. I didn't! A murderess, that's what she called me. In front of everybody, she called me a murderess. I couldn't kill anybody, Dr. Marlowe. Mary. I stopped the hysterical flow by the simple process of putting my fingers across her lips. I seriously doubt whether you could dispose of a fly without worrying yourself sick afterwards. You and Alan together. Well, if it were a particularly obnoxious fly, you just might manage it. I wouldn't bet on it, though. She took my hand away and stared at me. Dr. Marlowe, do you mean... I mean you're a silly young goose. Together you make a fine pair of silly young geese. It's not that I just don't believe that Alan or you had anything to do with Stryker's death. I know you hadn't. She sniffed a bit, and then she said, You're an awfully kind person, Dr. Marlowe. I know you're trying to help us. Oh, do shut up, I said. I can prove it. Prove it? Prove it? There was some hope in the sick eyes. She didn't know whether to believe me or not. And then it seemed that she decided not to, for she shook her head again and said numbly, She said I killed him. Miss Haines was speaking figuratively, I said, which is not the same thing at all. And even then she was wrong. What she meant was that you were the precipitating factor in her husband's death, which of course you weren't.
Precipitating factor?
Yes. I took her hands from my now badly crushed lapels, held them in mine, and looked at her in my best avuncular fashion. Tell me, Mary, darling, have you ever dallied in the moonlight with Michael Stryker?
Me? Have I?
Mary?
Yes,
she said miserably.
I mean, no, I didn't.
Well, that's very clear, I said. Let's put it this way. Did you ever give Miss Haines reason to suspect that you had been? Dallying, I mean.
Yes, she sniffed again. No, I mean, he did.
I kept my baffled expression in cold storage and looked at her encouragingly.
He called me into his cabin, just the day we left Wick, that was. He was alone there. He said that he wanted to discuss some things about the film with me.
A change from etchings, I said. She looked at me uncomprehendingly and went on.
But it wasn't about the film he wanted to talk. You must believe me, Dr. Marlowe. You must.
I believe you.
He closed the door and grabbed me, and then—
Spare my unsullied mind the grisly details. When the villain was forcing his unwelcome attentions upon you, there came the pitter-pat of feminine footsteps in the corridor outside, whereupon the villain rapidly assumed a position where you appeared to be forcing your unwelcome attentions upon him. And when the door opened, to reveal, of course, none other than his better half, there he was, fending off the licentious young continuity girl and crying, "No, no, Nanette, control yourself. This can never be." Or words to that effect.
More or less.
She looked more miserable than ever. Then her eyes widened.
How did you know?
The strikers of this world are pretty thick upon the ground. The ensuing scene must have been pretty painful.
There were 2 scenes,
she said dully.
Something like it happened on the upper deck the following night. She said she was going to report me to her father, Mr. Guerin. He said, not when she was there, of course, that if I tried to make trouble, he'd have me fired. He was a director, you know. Later, when I got, friendly with Alan, he said he'd get us both fired if need be, and make sure that neither of us would ever again get a job in films. Alan said that this was all wrong. Why should we accept this when neither of us had done anything? So
he tried to make him see the error of his ways this morning and got clobbered for his pains. Don't worry. You've neither of you anything to worry about. You'll find your wounded knight-errant next door, Mary. I smiled and gently touched the swollen cheek. This should be something to see. Love's young dream in sticking plaster. You do love him, don't you, Mary?
Of course.
She looked at me solemnly.
Dr. Marlowe?
I'm wonderful? She smiled, almost happily, and left. Smithy, who must have been watching for her departure, came in almost at once, and I told him what had been said. Had to be that, of course, he said. The truth's always obvious when it's hung up in front of you, and you're beaten over the head with a 2x4 to make you take notice. And now, I think 3 things. The first, to clear the names of the 2 lovebirds next door. That's not important at this stage, but they're sensitive souls, and I think they'd like to be on speaking terms with the rest of the company again. Second thing is, I've no intention of being stranded here for the next 22 days. 2 days is a lot more like it. Who knows, I might be able to pressure unknown or unknowns into precipitate action. I should have thought there'd been enough of that already, Smithy said. You may have a point. Third thing is, I could make life a great deal easier and safer for both of us if we had every person so busy watching every other person that it would make it a great deal more difficult for the disaffected to creep up upon our backs unawares. You touch upon a very sympathetic nerve, Smithy said. Your plan into action, and at once, I say. A small chat with the assembled company? A small chat with the assembled company. I suggested a couple of hours lie-down to Alan, but I think he and Mary should be there. Would you? Smithy left. I went into the living area. Goin, Otto, and the Count, all armed with glasses, as was almost every other person there, were still in solemn and low-voiced conclave. Otto beckoned me across. "One moment," I said. I went outside, coughed and caught my breath as the bitter air cut into my lungs, then trudged against that snow-filled gale across to the provisions hut. Lonnie was seated on a packing case, lovingly examining the amber contents of a glass against the light from his torch. "Ah," he said, "our peripatetic healer. You know, when one consumes a noble wine like this—" "Wine? A figure of speech. When one consumes a noble Scotch like this, half the pleasure lies in the visual satisfaction. Ever tried it in the darkness? Flat, stale, strangely lacking in bouquet. There's a worthwhile monograph here, I'm sure." He waved his glass in the direction of the crates of bottles by one wall. "Harking back to my earlier allusions to the hereafter, if they can have bars in Bear Island, then surely—" "Lonnie," I said, "you're missing out on the largesse stakes. Otto is dispensing noble wine at this very moment. He's using very large glasses. I was on the very point of leaving." He tilted his head and swallowed rapidly. "I have a dread of being thought a misanthrope." I took this friend of the human race back to the main cabin and counted those there. 21, myself included, as it should have been. The 22nd and last, Judith Haynes, was deeply unconscious, and would be so for hours. Otto beckoned me a second time, and I went across. "We've been having what you might call a council of war," Otto said importantly. "We've arrived at a conclusion, and would like to have your opinion." "Why mine? I'm just an employee like everyone else here, apart, of course, from the three of you, and Miss Haynes." "Consider yourself a co-opted director," the Count said generously. "Temporary and unpaid, of course." "Your opinion would be valued," Gowan said precisely. "Opinion about what?" "Our proposed measures for dealing with Alan," Otto said. "I know that in law every man is presumed innocent until proved otherwise, nor do we have any wish to be inhumane, but simply in order to protect ourselves—" "I wanted to talk to you about that," I said. "About protecting ourselves. I wanted to talk to everybody about that. In fact, that's what I propose to do this very moment." "You propose to do what?" Otto could arrange his eyebrows in a very forbidding fashion when he put his mind to it. "A brief address only," I said. "I'll take up hardly any of your time." "I can't permit that," Otto said loftily. "At least, not until you give us some idea what you have in mind, and then we may or may not give our consent." "Your permission or lack of it is irrelevant," I said indifferently. "I don't require permission when I'm talking about something that may affect lives. You know, the difference between living and dying." "I forbid it. I would remind you of what you have just reminded me." Otto had forgotten about the need for conducting delicate matters in conspiratorial murmurs, and we had the undivided attention of everyone in the cabin. "You are an employee of mine, sir." "And I'll now perform my last act as a dutiful employee." I poured myself a measure of Otto's Scotch, which, as he and several others were drinking it, I presumed to be safe to drink. "Health to one and all," I said, "and I don't mean that lightly or in the conventional sense. We're going to need it all before we leave this island, and let each one of us hope that he or she is not the one who is going to be abandoned by fortune. As for being your employee, Garen, you can consider my resignation as being effective as from this moment. I do not care to work for fools. More importantly, I do not care to work for those who may be both fools and knaves." This, at least, had the effect of reducing Otto to silence, for, to judge by the indigo hue his complexion was assuming, he appeared to be having some little difficulty in his breathing. The Count, I observed, had a mildly speculative expression on his face, while Gawain's face held the impassivity of one withholding judgment. I looked round the cabin. I said, "It is, I know, belabouring the obvious to say that this trip of ours, so far, has been singularly luckless and ill-starred. We have been plagued by a series of tragic and extraordinarily strange events. We had Antonio die. This might have been the merest mischance. It might equally well be that he was the victim of a premeditated murder, or the hapless victim of a misplaced murder attempt that was aimed at someone else. Exactly the same can be said of the two stewards, Moxon and Scott. Similar attempts may or may not have been aimed at Mr. Guerin, Mr. Smith, Oakley, and young Cecil here. All I can say with certainty is that if I hadn't been so lucky as to be in the vicinity when they were struck down, at least 3 of those might have died. You may wonder why I make such a fuss about what could have been a simple, if deadly, outbreak of food poisoning. It is because I have reason to believe, without being able to prove it, that a deadly poison called aconitine, which is indistinguishable in appearance from horseradish, was introduced at specific points into the evening meal we had on the occasion when those people were struck down. I checked to see if I had the attention of those present, and I've never made a more superfluous check. They were so stunned that they hadn't even got to the lengths of looking at each other. Otto's liquid largesse wholly forgotten, they had eyes only for me, ears only for what I was saying. The average university lecturer would have found it a dream of paradise. But then the average university lecturer rarely had the doubtful fortune to chance upon such wholly absorbing subject matter as I had to hand. And then we have the mysterious disappearance of Halliday. I have no doubt that the cause of his death could be established beyond doubt if an autopsy could be carried out. But as I have equally no doubt that the unfortunate Halliday lies on the floor of the Barents Sea, this can never be possible. But it is my belief, and this again is but conjecture, that he died not from any form of food poisoning, but because he had a nightcap from a poisoned whisky bottle that was intended for me. I looked at Mary Stuart. Huge eyes and parted lips in a white, shocked face. But I was the only one who saw it. I pulled down the collar of my duffel coat and showed them the impressively large and impressively multicoloured bruise on the left-hand side of my neck. This, of course, could have been self-inflicted, or maybe I just slipped somewhere and banged myself. Or take this odd business of the smashed radio. Somebody with an aversion to radios, perhaps, and such like outward manifestations of what we choose to call progress. Or someone who found the Arctic just too much for him and had to take it out on something. You know, the equivalent of going kafar in the desert. So far, nothing but conjecture. An extraordinary and even more extraordinarily unconnected series of violent and tragic mishaps, one might claim. Coincidence is an accepted part of life. But not, surely, coincidence multiplied up to the nth degree like this. That would have to lie at the very farthest bounds of possibility. I think you would admit that if we could prove the existence, beyond any doubt, of a carefully premeditated and carefully executed crime, then the other violent happenings must cease to be regarded as conjectural coincidences, and considered as being what they then would be. Deliberately executed murders in pursuit of some goal that can't yet even be guessed at, but must be of overwhelming importance. They weren't admitting anything. Or at least, if they were admitting anything to themselves, they weren't saying it out loud. But I think it was really a case of their minds having stopped working. Not all their minds. There had to be one exception, probably more. And we have this one proven crime, I went on. The rather clumsily executed murder of Michael Stryker, which was at the same time an attempt, and not a very clever attempt, to frame young Alan here for something he never did. I don't think the murderer had any special ill will towards Alan. Well, no more than he seems to have for the general run of mankind. He just wanted to divert any possible suspicion from himself. I think if you'd all had time enough to think about it, you'd have come to the eventual conclusion that Alan couldn't possibly have had anything to do with it. With a doctor in the house, if you'll excuse the phrase, he hadn't a hope in hell. Alan says he has no recollection at all about what happened. I believe him absolutely. He's sustained a severe blow on the back of the head. The scalp is open to the bone. How he escaped a fractured skull, far less concussion, I can't imagine. It certainly must have rendered him unconscious for a considerable period. Which leads one to assume that this assailant was still in excellent shape after what was clearly his coup de grace. Are we to assume, then, that Alan, after having been knocked senseless, immediately leapt up and smote his assailant hip and thigh? That doesn't make any kind of sense at all. What does make sense, what is the only answer, is that the unknown crept up behind Alan and laid him out, not with his hands, but with some heavy and solid object, probably a stone, there's more than enough lying around. Having done this, he proceeded to cut the unconscious Alan up about the face, ripped his coat, and tore off a couple of buttons, all to give the very convincing impression that he'd been in a fight. The same thing, but this time on a lethal scale, happened to Stryker. I'm convinced that it was no accident that Alan was merely knocked unconscious while Stryker was killed. Our friend, who must be a bit of an expert in such matters, knew just how much weight to bring to bear in each case. By no means as easy a matter as you might think. Then this ghoul, in a stupid attempt to create the impression that Stryker had been the other party to the fight, proceeded to rough up Stryker's face as he had done Alan's. I leave it to you to form your own estimate of just how evil must be the mind of a man who will deliberately set about mutilating the face of a dead man. I left them for a little to form their own estimates. For the most part, they looked neither sick nor revolted. Their reactions were mainly of shock, and minds still consciously fighting against comprehension. No glances were exchanged. No eyes moved. Their eyes were only for me. Stryker had a split upper lip, a tooth missing, and a reddish rough mark on his temple, which I think must have been caused by another stone. Very probably all the injuries were inflicted in this fashion to avoid any telltale marking of the hands or knuckles. Had those injuries been sustained in the course of a fight, there would have been extensive bleeding and fairly massive bruising. There were no signs of either, because Stryker was dead and circulation had ceased before those wounds were caused. To complete what he thought would be a most convincing effect, the murderer then closed the dead man's hand round one of the buttons torn from Alan's coat. Incidentally, there were no signs whatever of the churned-up snow one would have expected to find at the scene of a fight. There were 2 sets of tracks leading to the place where Stryker lay, 1 set leading away. No fuss, no commotion, just a quick, if not particularly clean, dispatch. I sipped some more of Otto's scotch. It must have come from his own private supply, for it was excellent stuff. Then asked in my best lecturer's fashion, "Are there any questions?" Predictably, there were none. They were all clearly far too busy asking themselves questions to have any time to put any to me. I went on. "I think you'd agree, then, that it now seems extremely improbable that any of the 4 previous deaths were the results of innocent coincidence. I think that only the most gullible and the most naive would now be prepared to believe that those deaths were unconnected and not the work of the same agent. So what we have is, in effect, a mass murderer. A man who is either mad, a pathological killer, or a vicious and evil monster who finds it essential to murder with what can be only an apparent indiscrimination in order to achieve God knows what murky ends. He may, it is possible, be all 3 of those at once. Whatever he is, or whoever he is, he's in this cabin now. I wonder which one of you it is." For the first time their eyes left me, as they looked quickly and furtively at one another, as if in the ludicrous hope that they might by this means discover the identity of the killer. None of them examined one another as closely as I observed them all over the rim of my glass. If one pair of eyes remained fixed on mine, it could only be because its owner knew who the murderer was and didn't have to bother to look around. But I knew, even as I watched them, that I had no real foundation for any such hope. The murderer may have been no great shakes at physiology, but he was far too clever to walk into what, for an intelligent man with 5 deaths on his conscience, must have been a very obvious trap indeed. I was certain that there wasn't a pair of eyes before me that didn't flicker surreptitiously around the cabin. I waited patiently until I had their combined attention again. "I have no idea who this murderous fiend may be," I said, "but I think I can with certainty say who it isn't. Counting the absent Miss Haynes, there are 22 of us in this cabin. To 9 of those, I cannot see that any suspicion can possibly attach." "Merciful God," Gowan muttered. "Merciful God! This is monstrous, Dr. Marlowe, unbelievable. One of us here, one of the people we know, one of our friends, has the blood of 5 people on his hands. It can't be. It just can't be." "Except that you know that it must be," I said. Gowan made no reply. "To begin with, I myself am in the clear. Not because I know I am, we could all claim that, but because 2 hostile acts have been committed against my person, one of which was intended to be lethal. Further, I was bringing in Mr. Smith here when Stryker was killed and Alan injured. This last was the truth, but not the whole truth. But only the killer himself would know that. And as he was already on to me, his opinion was unimportant, because he couldn't possibly voice it. Mr. Smith is in the clear, because not only was he unconscious at the time, he was a nearly fatal victim of the poisoner's activities, and it's hardly likely that he would go around poisoning himself." "Then that lets me out, Dr. Marlowe." The Duke's voice was a cracked falsetto, hoarse with strain. "It wasn't me. It couldn't—" "Agreed, Cecil, it wasn't you. Apart from the fact that you were another poisoning victim, I don't think— well, I'm not being physically disparaging, but I think it very unlikely that you could have hoisted that rock that was used to kill Stryker. Mr. Guerin, too, is above suspicion. Not only was he poisoned, but he was in the cabin here at the time of Stryker's death. Alan, obviously, could have had nothing to do with it, and neither did Mr. Gowan here, although you'll have to take my word for that." "What does that mean, Dr. Marlowe?" Gowan's voice was steady. "Because when you first saw Stryker's body, you turned as white as the proverbial sheet. People can do lots of things with their bodies, but they can't switch on and off the epidermal blood supply at will. Had you been prepared for the sight you saw, you wouldn't have changed colour. You did, so you weren't prepared. Our 2 Marys here will have to leave out of the reckoning, for it would have been a physical impossibility for either of them to have attacked Stryker with that rock. And Miss Haynes, of course, doesn't come into the reckoning at all. Which, by my count, leaves 13 potential suspects in all." I looked round the cabin and counted. "That's right. 13. Let's hope it's going to be a very unlucky number for one of you." "Dr. Marlowe," Gowan said, "I think you should consider withdrawing your resignation." "Consider it withdrawn. I was beginning to wonder what I'd do for food anyway." I looked at my now empty glass, then at Otto. "Seeing that I'm now back on the strength, as it were, would it be in order—" "Of course, of course." Otto, looking stricken, sunk heavily onto a providentially sturdy stool, and insofar as it was possible for over 200 weights of lard to look like a punctured balloon, he looked like a punctured balloon. "Dear God, this is ghastly. One of us here is a murderer. One of us here has killed 5 people. He shivered violently, although the temperature had by this time risen well above freezing point. 5 people! Dead! And the man who did it is here. I lit a cigarette, sipped a little more of Otto's scotch, and waited for some further contributions to the conversation. Outside, the wind had strengthened until it was now a high and lonesome moaning sound that set the teeth on edge, a moan that regularly climbed up the register into a weird and eldritch whistling as the wind gusted and fell away. Everyone appeared to be listening to it, and listening intently, a weirdly appropriate litany for the fear and the horror that was closing in on their minds, a fit requiem for the dead striker. A whole minute dragged by, and no one spoke. So I took up the conversational burden again. "The implications will not have escaped you," I said. "At least, when you have had as much time to think about them as I've had, they won't. Stryker is dead, and so are 4 others. Who should want them dead? Why should they have died? Is there a reason, a purpose behind those slayings? Have we a psychopathic murderer amongst us? If there is a purpose, has it been achieved? If it hasn't, or if the killer is a psychopath, which one of us is going to be next? Who is going to die tonight? Who is going to go to his cubicle tonight knowing that anyone, a crazed killer it may be, is going to enter at any time? Or even, possibly, one's own roommate may be waiting his turn with a knife or a suffocating pillow. In fact, I should think that the roommate possibility might be by far the more likely. For who would do anything so crazily obvious as that? Except, of course, a crazy man. So, before us, we have what you might call a sleepless vigil. Perhaps we can all keep it up for 1 night. But for 22 nights? Can we keep it up for 22 nights? Is there any of us here who can be sure of still being alive when the morning rose returns? From their expressions and the profound silence that greeted this last question, it was apparent that no one was prepared to express any such certainty. When I came to consider it myself, instead of just asking them to do so, I realized that the question of continued existence applied more particularly and more strongly to myself than to any of the others. For if the killer were no wayward psycho who struck out as the fancy took him, but was an ice-cold and calculating murderer with a definite objective in view, then I was convinced that I was first on his calling list. I didn't for a moment think that any attempt to dispose of me would be because that was any part of the killer's preconceived plans, but solely because I represented a threat to those plans. "And how are we going to comport ourselves from now on?" I said. "Do we now polarize into 2 groups, the 9 acknowledged innocent giving a very wide berth and a leery eye to the 13 potentially guilty, even although this is going to be a mite hard on, say, 12 of the latter? Shall we be like oil and water and resolutely refuse to mix? Or about your shooting plans for tomorrow? Mr. Guerin and the Count, I believe, are heading for the Fells tomorrow. A goodie and a potential baddie. Mr. Guerin is going to make sure that he has at least another goodie along with him to watch his back. Heisman is taking the workboat to reconnoitre possible locations along the Sorhamna, and perhaps a bit farther south. I believe Youngbeck and Heiter here have volunteered to go along with him. 3 of those, you note, whose innocence is not proved. Any white sheep going to go along with Black Wolf or Wolves, who may come back and sorrowfully explain that the poor sheep fell over the side, and that in spite of their heroic efforts, the poor fellow perished miserably. And those splendid precipices at the south of the island. One little well-timed nudge, a deft clicking together of the ankles. Well, 1,600 feet is a considerable drop, especially when you bear in mind that it's straight down all the way. A perplexing and difficult problem, isn't it, gentlemen? "This is preposterous," Otto said loudly. "Absolutely preposterous." "Isn't it?" I said. "A pity we can't ask Stryker his opinion about that. Or the opinions of Antonio and Halliday and Moxon and Scott. When your pale ghost looks down from limbo, Mr. Guerin, and watches you being lowered into a hole in the frozen snow, do you think it will still look preposterous?" Otto shuddered and reached for the bottle. "What in God's name are we going to do?" "I've no idea," I said. "You heard what I just said to Mr. Goen. I have reverted to the position of employee. I haven't got my shirt on this film, as I heard Mr. Gowan say to Captain Imrie that you had. I'm afraid this is a decision to arrive at directorial level. Well, the 3 directors that are still capable of making decisions. Would our employee mind telling us what he means? Gowan tried to smile, but it didn't come off. His heart wasn't in it. Do you want to go ahead with shooting all your scenes up here, or don't you? It's up to you. If we all stay here in the cabin permanently, or at least half a dozen awake at any given time, looking with all their eyes and listening with all their ears, then the chances are high that we'll all still be in relatively mint condition by the time the 22 days are up. On the other hand, of course, that means that you won't get any of your film shot, and you'll lose all your investment. It's a problem I wouldn't like to have to face. That's excellent Scotch you have there, Mr. Guerin. I can see that you appreciate it. Otto would have liked a touch of asperity in his voice, but all he managed to do was to sound worried. Don't be so mean. I helped myself. These are times that try men's souls. I wasn't really listening to Otto. I was barely listening to myself. Once before, since leaving Wick, on the occasion when the Count had said something about a surfeit of horseradish, certain words had had the effect of a touch paper being applied to a trail of gunpowder, triggering off a succession of thoughts that came tumbling in one after the other almost faster than my mind could register them. And now the same thing had happened again. Only this time the words had been triggered off by something I'd said myself. I became aware that the Count was speaking, presumably to me. I said, "Sorry, mind on other things, you know." "I can see that." The Count was looking at me in a thoughtful fashion. "All very well to opt out of responsibility, but what would you do?" He smiled. "If I were to co-opt you again as a temporary unpaid director?" "Easy," I said. And the answer did come easily, as the result of the past 30 seconds thinking. I'd watch my back and get on with the ruddy film. "So?" Otto nodded. And he, the Count, and Gowan looked at one another in apparent satisfaction. "But now, at this moment, what would you do?" "When do we have supper?" "Supper?" Otto blinked. "Oh, about 8, say. And it's now 5. About to have 3 hours kip. That's what I'm going to do. And I wouldn't advise anyone to come near me, either for an aspirin or with a knife in their hand, for I'm feeling very nervous indeed." Smithy cleared his throat. "Would I get clobbered if I asked for an aspirin now? Or something a bit more powerful to make a man sleep? I feel as if my head has been on a butcher's block." "I can have you asleep in 10 minutes. Mind you, you'll probably feel a damn sight worse when you wake up." "Impossible. Lead me to the knockout drops." Inside my cubicle, I gripped the handle of the small, square, double-plate glazed window and opened it with some difficulty. "Can you do that with yours?" "You do have things on your mind. No mangers allocated for uninvited guests." "All the better. Bring a cot in here. You can borrow one from Judith Haynes' room." "Of course," he said. "There's a spare one there." Chapter 10. 5 minutes later, wrapped to the eyes against the bitter cold, the driving snow, and that wind that was now howling, not moaning, across the frozen face of the island, Smithy and I stood in the lee of the cabin, by my window, which I'd wedged shut against a wad of paper. There was no handle on the outside to pull it open again, but I had with me a multi-tooled Swiss Army knife that could pry open just about anything. We looked at the vaguely seen bulk of the cabin, at the bright light — Coleman lamps have an intensely white flame — streaming from one of the windows in the central section, and the pale glimmer of smaller lights from a few of the cubicles. "No night for an honest citizen to be taking a constitutional," Smithy said in my ear. "But how about bumping into one of the less honest ones?" Too soon for him, or them, to be stirring abroad, I said. For the moment, the flame of suspicion burns too high for anyone even to clear his throat at the wrong moment. Later, perhaps, but not now. We went directly to the provisions store, closed the door behind us, and, since the hut was windowless, switched on both our torches. We searched through all the bags, crates, cartons and packages of food, and found nothing untoward. "What are we supposed to be looking for?" Smithy asked. "I've no idea. Anything, shall we say, that shouldn't be here?" "A gun? A big black ribbed bottle marked deadly poison?" "Something like that." I lifted a bottle of Hague from a crate and stuck it in my parka pocket. "Medicinal use only," I explained. "Of course." Smithy made a farewell sweep of his torch beam round the walls of the hut. The beam steadied on 3 small, highly varnished boxes on an upper shelf. "Must be very high-grade food in those," Smithy said. "Caviar for Otto, maybe. Spare medical equipment for me. Mainly instruments. No poisons, guaranteed." I made for the door. "Come on." "Not checking?" "No point. Be a bit difficult to hide a submachine gun in one of those." The boxes were about 10 inches by 8. "Okay to have a look, all the same?" "All right." I was a bit impatient. "Hurry it up, though." Smithy opened the lids of the first 2 boxes, glanced cursorily at the contents, and closed them again. He opened the 3rd box and said, "Broken into your reserves already, I see." "I have not." "Then somebody has." He handed over the box, and I saw the 2 vacant moulds in the blue felt. "Somebody has indeed," I said. "A hypodermic and a tube of needles." Smithy looked at me in silence, took the box, closed the lid, and replaced it. He said, "I don't think I like this very much." 22 days could be a very long time, I said. "Now, if we could only find the stuff that's going to go inside this syringe." "If." "You don't think somebody may have borrowed it for his own private use? Somebody on the hard stuff who's bent his own plunger? One of the 3 apostles, for instance. Right background, after all, pop world, film world, just kids?" "No, I don't think that." "I don't think so either. I wish I did." We went from there to the fuel hut. 2 minutes was sufficient to discover that the fuel hut had nothing to offer us. Neither had the equipment hut, although it afforded me 2 items I wanted: a screwdriver from the toolbox Eddie had used when he was connecting up the generator, and a packet of screws. Smithy said, "What do you want those for?" "For the screwing up of windows," I said. "A door is not the only way you can enter the cubicle of a sleeping man." "You don't trust an awful lot of people, do you?" I weep for my lost innocence. There was no temptation to linger in the tractor shed, not with Stryker lying there, his face ghastly in the reflected wash from the torches, his glazed eyes staring unseeingly at the ceiling. We rummaged through toolboxes, examined metal panniers, even went to the length of probing fuel tanks, oil tanks, and radiators. We found nothing. We made our way down to the jetty. From the main cabin, it was a distance of just over 20 yards, and it took us 5 minutes to find it. We did not dare use our torches, and with that heavy and driving snow reducing visibility to virtually arm's length, we were blind people moving in a blind world. We edged our way very gingerly out to the end of the jetty. The snow had covered up the gaps in the crumbling limestone, and, heavily clad as we were, the chances of surviving a tumble into the freezing waters of the Sorhamna were not high. Located the workboat in the sheltered northwest angle of the jetty, and climbed down into it by means of a vertical iron ladder that was so ancient and rusty that the outboard ends of some of the rungs were scarcely more than 1/4 of an inch in diameter. On a dark night, the glow from a torch can be seen from a considerable distance, even through the most heavily falling snow. But now that we were below the level of the jetty wall, we switched our torches on again, though still careful to keep them hooded. A quick search of the workboat revealed nothing. We clambered into the 14-footer lying alongside, and had the same lack of success. From here, we transferred ourselves to the mock-up submarine. An iron ladder had been welded both to its side and the conning tower. The conning tower had a platform welded across its circumference, at a distance of about 4 feet from the top. A hatch in this led to a semicircular platform about 18 inches below the flange, to which the conning tower was secured. From here, a short ladder led to the deck of the submarine. We went down and shone our torches around. "Give me subs any time," Smithy said. "At least they keep the snow out." That apart, I don't think I'd care to settle down here. The narrow and cramped interior was indeed a bleak and cheerless place. The deck consisted of transverse-spaced wooden planks held in position at either side by large butterfly nuts. Beneath the planks we could see, firmly held in position, rows of long, narrow, grey-painted bars, the 4 tons of cast iron that served as ballast. 4 square ballast tanks were arranged along either side of the shell. Those could be filled to give negative buoyancy. And at one end of the shell stood a small diesel, its exhaust passing through the deckhead as far as the top of the conning tower, to which it was bolted. This engine was coupled to a compressor unit for emptying the ballast tanks. And that, structurally, was all that there was to it. I had been told that the entire mock-up had cost £15,000, and could only conclude that Otto had been engaged in the producer's favourite pastime of cooking the books. There were several other disparate items of equipment. In a locker, in what I took to be the after end of this central mock-up, were 4 small mushroom anchors with chains, together with a small portable windlass. Immediately above these was a hatch in the deckhead, which gave access to the upper deck. The anchors could only be for mooring the model securely in any desired position. Opposite this locker, securely lashed against a bulkhead, was a lightweight plastic reconstruction of a periscope that appeared to be capable of operating in a sufficiently realistic fashion. Close by were 3 other plastic models: a dummy 3-inch gun, presumably for mounting on the deck, and 2 model machine guns, which would be fitted, I imagined, somewhere in the conning tower. In the forward end of the craft were 2 more lockers. One held a number of cork life jackets, the other 6 cans of paint and some paintbrushes. The cans were marked Instant Grey. "And what does that mean?" Smithy asked. "Some sort of quick-drying paint, I should imagine." "Everything ship-shape and Bristol fashion," Smithy said. "I wouldn't have given Otto the credit." He shivered. "Maybe it isn't snowing in here, but I'd have you know that I'm very cold indeed. This place reminds me of an iron tomb." "It isn't very cosy." Up and away. A fruitless search, you might say. You might. I didn't have many hopes anyway. Is that why you changed your mind about their getting on with the making of the film? 1 minute indifference, the next advising them to press on. So that you could perhaps examine their quarters and their possessions when they're out? Whatever put such a thought in your mind, Smithy? There are 1,000 snowdrifts where a person could hide anything. That's a thought that's also in my mind. We made the trip from the jetty to the main cabin with much greater ease than we had the other way, for this time we had the faint and diffuse glow of light from the Colemans to guide us. We scrambled back inside our cubicle without too much difficulty, brushed the snow from our boots and upper clothing, and hung the latter up. Compared to the interior of the submarine shell, the warmth inside the cubicle was positively genial. I took screwdriver and screws and started to secure the window, while Smithy, after some references to the low state of his health, retrieved the bottle I'd taken from the provision shed and took 2 small beakers from my medical box. He watched me until I had finished. "Well," he said, "that's us safe for the night. How about the others?" "I don't think most of the others are in any danger, because they don't offer any danger to the plans of our friend, or friends." Most of the others? I think I'll screw up Judith Haynes' window too. Judith Haynes? I have a feeling that she is in danger. Whether it's grave danger or imminent danger, I have no idea. Maybe I'm just fey. I shouldn't wonder, Smithy said ambiguously. He drank some scotch absently. I've just been thinking myself, but along rather different lines. When do you think is it going to occur to our directorial board to call some law in, or some outside help, or at least to let the world know that the employees of Olympus Productions are dying off like flies, and not from natural causes either? That's the decision you would arrive at. If I wasn't a criminal, or in this case, the criminal, and had very powerful reasons for not wanting the law around, yes, I would. I'm not a criminal, but I've very powerful reasons for not wanting the law around either. The moment the law officially steps into the picture, every criminal thought, intent, and potential action will go into deep freeze. And we'll be left with 5 unresolved deaths on our hands, and that'll be the end of it. For there's nothing surer than that we haven't got a thing to hang on anyone yet. There's only one way, and that's by giving out enough rope for a hanging job. What if you give out too much rope, and our friend, instead of hanging himself, hangs one of us instead? What if there's murder? In that case, we'd have to call in the law. I'm here to do a job in the best way I can, but that doesn't mean by any means I can. I can't use the innocent as sacrificial pawns. Well, that's some relief. But if the thought does occur to them, then obviously we'll have to try to contact Tunheim. There's a meteorological office radio there that should just about reach the moon. Or we'll have to offer to try to contact Tunheim. It's less than 10 miles away, but in weather conditions like these, it might as well be on the far side of Siberia. If the weather eases, it might be possible. The wind's veering round to the west now, and if it stayed in that quarter, a trip by boat up the coast might be possible. Pretty unpleasant, but just possible. If it goes much north of west, it wouldn't. Those are only open workboats, and will be swamped in any kind of sea. By land, if the snow stopped, well, I just don't know. In the first place, the terrain is so broken and mountainous that you couldn't possibly use the little snowcat. You'd have to make it on foot. You'd have to go well inland to the west to avoid the Misery Fell complex, for that ends in cliffs on the east coast. There are hundreds of little lakes lying in that region, and I've no idea how heavily they may be frozen over. Maybe some of them not very much. Maybe just enough to support a covering of snow and not a man. And I believe some of those lakes are over 100 feet deep. You might be ankle-deep, knee-deep, thigh-deep, waist-deep in snow. And apart from being bogged down or drowned, we're not equipped for winter travel. We haven't even got a tent for an overnight stop. There isn't a hope of you making it in one day. And if the snow started falling again and kept on falling, I bet Olympus Productions haven't even as much as a hand compass to prevent you from walking in circles until you drop dead from cold or hunger or just plain old exhaustion. You, Smithy said. You're always talking about me. How about you going instead? He grinned. Of course, I could always set off for there, search around till I found some convenient cave or shelter, hole up there for the night, and return the next day announcing Mission Impossible. We'll see how the cards fall. I finished my drink and picked up screwdriver and screws. Let's go and see how Miss Haynes is. Miss Haynes seemed to be in reasonable health. No fever, normal pulse, breathing deeply and evenly. How she would feel when she woke was another matter altogether. I screwed up her window until nobody could have entered her room from the outside without smashing their way in. And breaking through 2 sheets of plate glass would cause enough racket to wake up half the occupants of the cabin. Then we went into the living area of the cabin. It was surprisingly empty. At least 10 people I would have expected to be there were absent. But a quick mental count of the missing heads convinced me that there was no likely cause for alarm in this. Otto, the Count, Heisman and Goin, conspicuously absent, were probably in secret conclave in one of their cubicles, discussing weighty matters which they didn't wish their underlings to hear. Lonnie had almost certainly betaken himself again in his quest for fresh air, and I hoped that he hadn't managed to lose himself between the cabin and the provisions hut. Alan, almost certainly, had gone to lie down again, and I presumed that Mary, darling, who appeared to have overcome a great number of her earlier inhibitions, had returned to her dutiful hand-holding. I couldn't imagine where the 3 apostles had got to, nor was I particularly worried. I was sure that there was nothing to fear from them other than permanent damage to the eardrums. I crossed to where Conrad was presiding over a 3-burner oil cooker mounted on top of a stove. He had 2 large pans and a large pot, all bubbling away at once. Stew, beans, and coffee. And he seemed to be enjoying his role of chef, not least, I guessed, because he had Mary Stuart as his assistant. In another man, I would have looked for a less than altruistic motive in this cheerful willingness, the hail-fellow-well-met leading man playing the Democrat to an admiring gallery. But I knew enough of Conrad now to realize that this formed no part of his nature at all. He was just a naturally helpful character, who never thought to place himself above his fellow actors. Conrad, I thought, must be a very rara avis indeed in the cinema world. "What's all this, then?" I said. "You qualified for this sort of thing?" I thought Otto had appointed the 3 apostles as alternate chefs. "The 3 apostles had it in mind to start improving their musical technique in this very spot," Conrad said. "I did a self-defense trade with them. They're practicing across in the equipment hut, where the generator is." I tried to imagine the total degree of cacophony produced by their atonal voices, their amplified instruments, and the diesel engine in a confined space of 8 by 8. But my imagination wasn't up to it. I said, "You deserve a medal." "You too, Mary dear." "Me?" She smiled. "Why?" "Remember what I said about the goodies pairing off with the baddies? Delighted to see you keeping a close eye on our suspect here. Haven't seen his hand hovering suspiciously long over one of the pots, have you?" She stopped, smiling. "I don't think that's funny, Dr. Marlowe." "I don't think it is either. A clumsy attempt to lighten the atmosphere." I looked at Conrad. "Can I have a word with the chef?" Conrad looked at me briefly, speculatively, nodded and turned away. Mary Stuart said, "That's nice. For me, I mean. Why can't you have a word with him here?" "I'm going to tell him some funny stories. You don't seem to care much for my humour." I walked away a few paces with Conrad and said, "Had a chance of a word with Lonnie yet?" "No. I haven't had an opportunity yet. Is it that urgent?" "I'm beginning to think it may be. Look, I haven't seen him there, but I'm as certain as can be that Lonnie is across in the provisions hut, where Otto keeps all those elixirs of life. You wouldn't expect to find Lonnie in the fuel shed. Diesel and petrol aren't his tipples. I wonder if you could go across there, seeking liquid solace from this harsh and weary world, from Bear Island, from Olympus Productions, from whatever you like, and engage him in crafty conversation. Touch upon the theme of how you're missing your family. Anything. Just get him to tell you about his." He hesitated. "I like Lonnie. I don't like this job. I'm past caring now about people's feelings. I'm just concerned with people's lives. That they should keep on living, I mean." "Right." He nodded and looked at me soberly. "Taking a bit of a chance, aren't you? Enlisting the aid of one of your suspects, I mean." "You're not on my list of suspects," I said. "You never were." He looked at me for some moments, then said, "Tell that to Mary, dear, will you?" He turned and made for the outer door. I returned to the oil cooker. Mary Stuart looked at me with her usual grave and remote lack of expression. I said, "Conrad tells me to tell you that I've just told him, you're following me, that he's not on my list of suspects and never was." "That's nice." She gave me a little smile, but there was a touch of winter in it. "Mary," I said, "you are displeased with me." "Well?" "Well, what?" "Are you a friend of mine?" "Of course." "Of course, of course." She mimicked my tone very creditably. "Dr. Marlowe is a friend of all mankind." "Dr. Marlowe doesn't hold all mankind in his arms all night long." Another smile. This time there was a touch of spring in it. She said, "And Charles Conrad?" "I like him. I don't know what he thinks about me." "And I like him. And I know he likes me, and so we're old friends together." I thought better of saying, "of course," again, and just nodded. "So why don't we all share secrets together?" "Women are the most curious creatures," I said. "In every sense of the word, curious." "Please don't be clever with me." "Do you always share secrets?" She frowned a little, as if perplexed, and I went on, "Let's play kiddies' game, shall we? You tell me a secret, and I'll tell you one." "What on earth do you mean?" "This secret assignation you had yesterday morning, in the snow and on the upper deck, when you were being so very affectionate with Heisman." I'd expected some very positive reaction from this, and was correspondingly disappointed when there was none. She looked at me, silently thoughtful, then said, "So, you were spying on us?" "I just happened to chance by." "I didn't see you chancing by." She bit her lip, but not in any particularly discernible anguish. "I wish you hadn't seen that." "Why?" It had been briefly in my mind to be heavily ironic, but I could hear a little warning bell tinkling in the distance. "Because I don't want people to know." "That's obvious," I said patiently. "Why?" "Because I'm not very proud of it. I have to make a living, Dr. Marlowe. I came to this country only 2 years ago, and I haven't got any qualifications for anything. I haven't even got any qualifications for what I'm doing now. I am a hopeless actress. I know I am. I've just got no talent at all. The last 2 films I was in, well, they were just awful. Are you surprised that people give me the cold shoulder? Why, they're wondering out loud why I'm making my 3rd film with Olympus Productions. Well, you can guess now. Johann Heisman is the why." She smiled, just a very small smile. "You are surprised, Dr. Marlowe? Shocked, perhaps?" "No." The little smile went away. Some of the life went from her face, and when she spoke her voice was dull. "It is so easy, then, to believe this of me?" "Well, no. The point is that I just don't believe you at all." She looked at me, her face a little sad and quite uncomprehending. "You don't believe? You don't believe this of me?" "Not of Mary Stuart. Not of Mary, dear." Some of the life came back, and she said almost wonderingly, "That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me." She looked down at her hands as if hesitating, then said without looking up, "Johann Heisman is my uncle, my mother's brother." "Your uncle?" I'd been mentally shuffling all sorts of possibilities through my mind, but this one hadn't even begun to occur to me. "Uncle Johann." Again the little, almost secret smile, this time with what could have been an imagined trace of mischief. I wondered what her smile would be like if she ever smiled in pure delight or happiness. "You don't have to believe me. Just go and ask him yourself, but privately, if you please." Dinner that night wasn't much of a social success. The atmosphere of cheerful good fellowship, which is required to make such communal get-togethers go with a swing, was noticeably lacking. This may have been due, partially, to the fact that most people either ate by their solitary selves, or, both sitting and standing, in scattered small groups around the cabin, their attention almost exclusively devoted to the unappetizing goulash in the bowls held in their hands. But it was mainly due to the fact that everybody was clearly and painfully aware that we were experiencing the secular equivalent of our own Last Supper. For the interest in the food was not all-absorbing. Frequently, but very, very briefly, a pair of eyes would break off their rapt communion with the stew and beans, glance swiftly around the cabin, then return in an oddly guilty defensiveness to the food, as if the person had hoped in that one lightning ocular sortie to discover some unmistakable telltale signs that would infallibly identify the traitor in our midst. There were, needless to say, no such overt indications of self-betrayal on display. And the problem of identification was deepened and confused by the fact that most of those present exhibited a measure of abnormality in their behaviour that would ordinarily have given rise to more than a modicum of suspicion anyway. For it is an odd characteristic of human nature that even the most innocent person, who knows himself or herself to be under suspicion, tends to overreact with an unnatural degree of casual indifference and insouciant concern that serves only to heighten the original suspicion. Otto, clearly, was not one of those thus afflicted. Whether it was because he knew himself to be one of those who was regarded as being completely in the clear, or because, as chairman of the company and producer of the film, he regarded himself as being above and apart from the problems that afflicted the common run of mankind, Otto was remarkably composed and, astonishingly, even forceful and assertive. Unlikely though it had appeared up to that moment, Otto, normally so dithering and indecisive, might well be one of those who only showed of their best in the moments of crisis. There was certainly nothing dithering or indecisive about him when he rose to speak at the end of the meal. "We are all aware," said Otto briskly, "of the dreadful happenings of the past day or two, and I think that we have no alternative to accepting Dr. Marlowe's interpretation of the events. Further, I fear we have to accept as very real the doctor's warnings as to what may happen in the near future. Those are inescapable facts and entirely conceivable possibilities, so please don't for a moment imagine that I'm trying to minimize the seriousness of the situation. On the contrary, it would be impossible to exaggerate it. Impossible to exaggerate an impossible situation. Here we are, marooned in the high Arctic and beyond any reach of help, with the knowledge that there are those of us who have come to a violent end, and that this violence may not yet be over." He looked unhurriedly around the company, and I did the same. I could see that there were quite a number who were as impressed by Otto's calm assessment of the situation as I was. He went on, "It is precisely because the state of affairs in which we find ourselves is so unbelievable and so abnormal that I suggest we comport ourselves in the most rational and normal fashion possible. A descent into hysteria will achieve no reversal of the awful things that have just occurred, and can only harm all of us. Accordingly, my colleagues and I have decided that, subject, of course, to taking every possible precaution, we should proceed with the business in hand, the reason why we came to this island at all, in as normal a fashion as possible. I am sure you will all agree with me that it is much better to have our time and attention taken up, I will not say gainfully employed, by working steadily at something purposive and constructive, rather than sit idly by and have those awful things prey upon our minds. I do not suggest that we can pretend that those things never happened. I do suggest that it will benefit all of us if we act as if they hadn't. Weather permitting, we will have 3 crews in the field tomorrow. Otto wasn't consulting, he was telling. I'd have done the same in his place. The main group, under Mr. Devine here, will go north up Lerner's Way, a road built through to the next bay about the turn of the century, although I don't suppose there are many traces left of it now. The Count, Alan and Cecil here will, of course, accompany him. I intend to go along myself, and I'll want you there too, Charles. This to Conrad.
You'll require me along, Mr. Guerin?
This from Mary Darling, her hand upraised like a little girl in class. Well, it'll be nearly all background. He broke off, glanced at Alan's battered face, then looked again at Mary with what I took to be a roguish smile. If you wish to, certainly. Mr. Hendricks, with Luke, Mark, and John here, will try to capture for us all the sounds of the island. The winds on the fells, the birds on the cliffs, the waves breaking against the shore. Mr. Heisman here is taking a hand camera out in the boat to seek out some suitable seaward locations. Mr. Youngbeck and Mr. Heiter, who have nothing on tomorrow, have kindly volunteered to accompany him. These, then, are our decisions for tomorrow's program. But the most important decision of all, which I have left to the last, is in no way connected with our work. We have decided that it is essential that we seek help with all possible speed. By help, I mean the law, police, or some such recognized authority. It is not only our duty, it may well be essential for our own self-preservation, to have a thorough and expert investigation made as quickly as is humanly possible. To call for help, we need a radio, and the nearest is at the Norwegian Meteorological Station in Trondheim. I carefully refrained from looking at Smithy, and was confident that he would reciprocate. Mr. Smith, your presence here may prove to be a blessing. You are the only professional seaman amongst us. What would be the chances of reaching Trondheim by boat? Smithy was silent for a few seconds, to lend weight to his observations, then said, In the present conditions, so poor that I wouldn't even consider trying it, not even in these desperate circumstances. We've had very heavy weather recently, Mr. Guerin, and the seas won't subside for quite some time. The drawback with those workboats is that if one does encounter rough seas ahead, you can't do what you would normally do, that is, turn and run before the sea. Those boats are completely open at the back, and would almost certainly be pooped. That is, they'd fill up with water and sink. So you'd have to be pretty certain of your weather before you set out. I see. Too dangerous for the moment. When the sea moderates, Mr. Smith? Depends upon the wind. It's backing to the west right now, and if it were to stay in that quarter, well, it's feasible. If it moves round to the northwest or beyond, no, not on. Smithy smiled. I wouldn't say that an overland trip would be all that easier, but at least you wouldn't be swamped in heavy seas. Ah, so you think that it is at least possible to reach Trondheim on foot? Well, I don't know. I'm no expert on Arctic travel. I'm sure Mr. Heisman here, I'm told he's been giving a lecture about this already, is much more qualified to speak about it than I am. No. Heisman waved a deprecating hand. Let's hear what you think, Mr. Smith. So Smithy let them hear what he thought, which was more or less a verbatim repetition of what I'd said to him in our cubicle earlier. When he'd finished, Heisman, who probably knew as much about winter travel in Arctic regions as I did about the back side of the moon,
nodded sagely, and said, "Succinctly and admirably put. I agree entirely with Mr. Smith." There was a thoughtful silence, eventually broken by Smithy, who said diffidently, "I'm the supernumerary here. If the weather eases, I don't mind trying." "And now I have to disagree with you," Heisman said promptly. "Suicidal. Just suicidal, my boy." "Not to be thought of for an instant," Otto said firmly. "For safety, for mutual safety, nothing short of an expedition would do." "I wouldn't want an expedition," Smithy said mildly. "I don't see that the blind leading the blind would help much." "Mr. Guerin," it was John Hayter speaking, "perhaps I could be of help here." "You?" Otto looked at him in momentary perplexity. Then his face cleared. "Of course. I'd forgotten about that." He said in explanation, "John here was my stuntman in The High Sierra, a climbing picture. He doubled for the actors who were terrified or too valuable for the climbing sequences. A really first-class alpinist, I assure you." "How about that then, Mr. Smith?" I was about to wonder how Smithy would feel that one, when he answered immediately, "That's about the size of the expedition I'd have in mind. I'd be very glad to have Mr. Hayter along. He'd probably have to carry me most of the way there." "Well, that's settled then," Otto said. "Very grateful to you both, but only, of course, if the weather improves." "Well, I think that covers everything." He smiled at me. "As co-opted board member, wouldn't you agree?" "Well, yes," I said, "except with your assumption that everyone will be here in the morning to play the parts you have assigned to them." "Ah," Otto said. "Precisely," I said. "You weren't seriously contemplating that we should all retire for the night, were you? For certain people, with certain purposes in mind, there is no time like the still small hours. When I say people, I'm not going out with the bounds of this cabin. And when I say purposes, I refer to homicidal ones." "My colleagues and I have in fact discussed this," Otto said. "You propose we set watches?" "It might help some of us to live a little longer," I said. I moved 2 or 3 steps until I was in the center of the cabin. "From here, I can see into all 5 corridors. It would be impossible for any person to leave or enter any of the cubicles without being observed by a person standing here." "Going to call for a rather special type of person, isn't it?" Conrad said. "Someone with his neck mounted on swivels." "Not if we have 2 on watch at the same time," I said. "And as the time's long gone when anybody's hurt feelings are a matter of any importance, 2 people on watch who are not only watching the corridors, but watching each other. A suspect, shall we say, and a non-suspect. Among the non-suspects, I think we might gallantly exclude the 2 Marys. And I think that Alan, too, could do with a full night's sleep. That would leave Mr. Guerin, Mr. Goen, Mr. Smith, Cecil, and myself. 5 of us, which would work out rather well for 2-hour watches between, say, 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. "An excellent suggestion," Otto said. "Well then, 5 volunteers?" There were 13 potential volunteers, and all 13 immediately offered their services. Eventually it was agreed that Goen and Hendricks should share the 10 to midnight watch, Smith and Conrad the midnight to 2, myself and Luke the 2 to 4, Otto and Ljungbeck the 4 to 6, and Cecil and Eddie the 6 to 8. Some of the others, notably the Count and Heisman, protested, not too strongly, that they were being discriminated against. The reminder that there would still be another 21 nights after this one was sufficient to ensure that the protest was no more than a token one. The decision not to linger around in small talk and socializing
was reached with a far from surprising unanimity. There was really only one thing to talk about, and nobody wished to talk about it, in case he had picked the wrong person to talk to. In ones and twos, and within a very few minutes, almost everybody had moved off to their cubicles. Apart from Smithy and myself, only Conrad remained, and I knew that he wished to talk to me. Smithy glanced briefly at me, then left for our cubicle. "How did you know?" Conrad said. "About Lonnie and his family?" "I didn't. I guessed." "He's talked to you?" "A little. Not much. He had a family." "Had?" "Had. Wife and 2 daughters, 2 grown-up girls. A car crash. I don't know if they hit another car. I don't know who was driving. Lonnie just clammed up as if he'd already said too much. He wouldn't even say whether he had been in the car himself, whether anyone else had been present, not even when it had taken place." And that was all that Conrad had learnt. We talked in a desultory fashion for some little time, and when Goen and Hendricks appeared to begin the first watch, I left for my cubicle. Smithy was not in his camp bed. Fully clothed, he was just removing the last of the screws I'd used to secure the window frame. He'd the flame of the little oil lamp turned so low that the cubicle was in semi-darkness. "Leaving?" I said. "Somebody out there." Smithy reached for his anorak, and I did the same. "I thought maybe we shouldn't use the front door." "Who is it?" "No idea. He looked in here, but his face was just a white blur. He doesn't know I saw him. I'm sure of that, for he went from here and shone a torch through Judith Haynes' window, and he wouldn't have done that if he thought anyone was watching." Smithy was already clambering through the window. "He put his torch out, but not before I saw where he was heading. Down to the jetty, I'm sure." I followed Smithy and jammed the window shut as I had done before. The weather was very much as it had been earlier, still that driving snow, the deepening cold, the darkness, and that bitter wind, which was still boxing the compass, and had moved around to the southwest. We moved across to Judith Haynes' window, hooded our torches to give thin pencil beams of light, picked up tracks in the snow that led off in the direction of the jetty, and were about to follow them, when it occurred to me that it might be instructive to see where they came from. But we couldn't find where they came from. Whoever the unknown was, he'd walked, keeping very close to the walls, at least twice round the cabin, obviously dragging his feet as he had gone, so that it was quite impossible to discover which cubicle window he'd used as an exit route from the cabin. That he should have so effectively covered his tracks was annoying. That he should have thought to do it at all was disconcerting, for it plainly demonstrated at least the awareness that such late-night sorties might be expected. We made our way quickly but cautiously down to the jetty, giving the unknown's tracks a prudently wide berth. At the head of the jetty, I risked a quick flash with the narrowed beam of my torch. A single line of tracks led outwards. "Well now," Smithy said softly, "our lad's down at the boats, or the sub. If we go to investigate, we might bump into him. If we go down to the end of the jetty for a quick look-see and don't bump into him, he's still bound to see our tracks on his return trip. We want to make our presence known? No. No law against a man taking a stroll when he feels like it, even though it is in a blizzard. And if we declare ourselves, you can be damn sure he'll never put another foot wrong as long as we remain on Bear Island." We withdrew to the shelter of some rocks only a few yards distant along the beach, an almost wholly superfluous precaution in that close-to-zero visibility. "What do you think he's up to?" Smithy said. "Specifically, no idea. Generally, anything between the felonious and the villainous. We'll check down there when he's gone." Whatever purpose he'd had in mind, it hadn't taken him long to achieve it, for he was gone within 2 minutes. The snow was so thick, the darkness so nearly absolute, that he might well have passed by both unseen and unheard, had it not been for the erratic movement of the small torch he held in his hand. We waited for some seconds, then straightened. Was he carrying anything? I said. Same thought here, Smithy said. He could have been, but I couldn't swear to it. We followed the double tracks in the snow down to the end of the jetty, where they ended at the head of the iron ladder leading down to the submarine mock-up. No question but this was where he'd gone, for apart from the fact that there was nowhere else where he could have been, his footprints were all over the hull, and when we'd climbed into it, the platform in the conning tower. We dropped down into the hull of the submarine. Nothing was changed. Nothing appeared to be missing from our earlier visit. Smithy said, I've taken a sudden dislike to this place. Last time we were here, I called it an iron tomb. I wouldn't want it to be our tomb. You feel it might? Our friends seemingly didn't take anything away, but he must have had some purpose in coming here, so I assume he brought something. On the track record to date, that purpose wouldn't be anything I'd like, and neither would be that something he brought. How would it be if he'd planted something to blow the damn thing up? Why would he want to do a crazy thing like that? I didn't feel as disbelieving as I sounded. Why has he done any of the crazy things he's done? Right now, I don't want a reason. I just want to know whether, as of now, and here and now, he's just done another crazy thing. What I mean is, I'm nervous. He wasn't the only one. I said, assuming you're right, he couldn't blow this thing up with a little itsy-bitsy piece of plastic explosive. It would have to be something big enough to make a big bang. So, a delayed action fuse. To give him time to be asleep in his innocent bed when the explosion goes off. I'm more nervous than ever. I wonder how long he figured it would take him to get back to his bed. He could do it in a minute. God's sake, why are we standing here talking? Smithy flashed his torch around. Where the hell would a man put a device like that? Against a bulkhead, I'd say. Or on the bottom. We examined the deck first, but all the bars of iron ballast and their securing wooden battens appeared to be undisturbed and firmly in place. There was just no room there for even the smallest explosive device. We turned to the rest of the hull, looked behind the mushroom anchors, among the chains, under the compressor unit and the windlass, and behind the plastic models of periscope and guns. We found nothing. We even peered at the cleaning plates on the ballast tanks to see if any of those could have been unscrewed, but there were no marks on them, and there was certainly no place where such a device could have been attached to the bulkheads themselves without being instantly detectable. Smithy looked at me. It was difficult to say whether he was perplexed or, like me, increasingly and uncomfortably conscious of the fact that if such a time device did exist, time might be swiftly running out. He looked towards the fore end of the hull and said, or he might just have dropped it in one of those lockers. Easiest and quickest place to hide anything, after all. Most unlikely, I said. But I reached there before he did. I ran the beam of the torch over the paint locker, and then the light steadied on a wooden batten close by the floor of the locker. I kept the light where it was and said to Smithy, You see it too? A giveaway piece of fresh and unmelted snow. From a boot. He reached for the lid of the locker. Well, time's a-wasting. Better open the damn thing. Better not. I'd caught his arm. How do you know it's not booby-trapped? There's that. He'd snatched back his hand like a man seeing a tiger's jaws closing on it. It would save the cost of a time fuse. How do we open it, then? Gradually. It's unlikely that he had the time to rig up anything so elaborate as an electrical trigger. But if he did, there'll be contacts in the lid. More likely, if anything, a simple pull cord. In either event, nothing can operate in the first 2 inches of lift, for he must have left at least that space to withdraw his hand. So we gingerly opened the lid those 2 inches, examined the rim and what we could see of the interior of the locker, and found nothing. I pushed the locker lid right back. There was no sign of any explosive. Nothing had been put inside. But something had been removed. 2 cans of the quick-dry paint and 2 brushes. Smithy looked at me and shook his head. Neither of us said anything. The reasons for removing a couple of paint cans were so wholly inconceivable that, clearly, there was nothing that could be gainfully said. We closed the locker, climbed up the conning tower, and regained the pier. I said, "It's very unlikely that he would have taken them back to the cabin with him. After all, they're large cans, and not easy things to hide in a tiny cubicle, especially if any of your friends should chance to come calling. Well, he doesn't have to hide them there. As I said earlier, there are 1,000 snowdrifts where you can hide practically anything. But if he'd hidden anything, he hadn't hidden them in any of the snowdrifts between the jetty and the cabin, for his tracks led straight back to the latter without any deviation to either side. We followed the footprints right back close up to the cabin walls, and there they were lost in the smudged line of tracks that led right around the cabin's perimeter. Smithy hooded his torch and examined the tracks for some seconds. He said, "I think that track's wider and deeper than it was before. I think that someone, and it doesn't have to be the same person, has been making another grand tour of the cabin." "I think you're right," I said. I led the way back to the window of our own cubicle, and was about to pull it open when some instinct, or perhaps it was because I was now subconsciously looking for the suspicious or untoward in every possible situation, made me shine my torch on the window frame. I turned to Smithy. "Notice something?" "I noticed something." "The wad of paper we left jammed between the window and frame. Well, it's no longer jammed between window and frame." He shone his torch on the ground, stopped, and picked something up. "Because it was lying down there. A caller, or callers." So it would seem. We clambered inside, and while Smithy started screwing the window back in place, I turned up the oil lamp and started to look around, partly for some other evidence to show that an intruder had been there, but mainly to try to discover the reason for his being there. Inevitably, my first check was on the medical equipment. And my first check was my last, and very brief it was too. "Well, well," I said. "2 birds with 1 stone. We're a brilliant pair." "We are." "The lad you saw with his face pressed against that window probably had it stuck against it for all of 5 minutes, until he'd made sure he'd been seen. Then, to make certain you were really interested, he went and shone his torch into Judith Haynes's window. No 2 actions, he must have calculated, could have been designed to lure us out into the open more quickly." He was right at that, wasn't he? He looked at my open medical kit and said carefully, "I'm to take it, then, that there's something missing there?" "You may so take it." I showed him the velvet-lined gap in the tray, where the something missing had been. "A lethal dose of morphine." Chapter 11. "4 bells, and all's well," Smithy said, shaking my shoulder. Neither the call nor the shake was necessary. I was by this time, even in my sleep, in so keyed up a state that his turning of the door handle had been enough to have me instantly awake. "Time to report to the bridge. We've made some fresh coffee." I followed him into the main cabin, said a greeting to Conrad, who was bent over pots and cups at the oil stove, and went to the front door. To my surprise, the wind, now fully round to the west, had dropped away to something of not more than the order of a force 3. The snow had thinned to the extent that it promised to cease altogether pretty soon, and I even imagined I could see a few faint stars in a clear patch of sky to the south, beyond the entrance of the Sorhamna. But the cold, if anything, was even more intense than it had been earlier in the night. I closed the door quickly, turned to Smithy, and spoke softly. "You're very encouraging," Smithy said. What makes you so sure that those 5... He broke off as Luke, yawning and stretching vastly, entered the main cabin. Luke was a thin, awkward, gangling creature, a tow-headed youth urgently in need of the restraining influences of either a barber or a ribbon. I said, "Do you see him as a gun for hire? I could have him up for committing musical atrocities with a guitar, I should think. Otherwise, yes, I guess, very little threat to life and limb. And, yes, again, that would go for the other 4 too." He watched as Conrad went into one of the passages, carrying a cup of coffee. "I'd put my money on our leading man any day. Where on earth is he off to? Bearing sustenance for his lady love, I should imagine. Miss Stewart spent much of our watch with us." I was on the point of observing that the alleged lady love had a remarkable predilection for moving around in the darker watches of the night, but thought better of it. That Mary Stewart was involved in matters dark and devious, Heisman's being her uncle, didn't even begin to account for the earlier oddity of her behaviour. I didn't for a moment doubt. That she was engaged in any murderous activities, I couldn't for a moment believe. Smithy went on, "It's important that I reach Tunheim. It hardly matters whether you do or not. With Heiter along, only the weather and the terrain can decide that. If you have to turn back, that's fine with me. I'd rather have you here. If you get to Tunheim, just stay there." "Stay there? How can I stay there? I'm going there for help, am I not? And Heiter will be shouting to come back. I'm sure they'll understand if you explain that you're tired and need a rest. If Heiter makes a noise, have him locked up. I'll give you a letter to the Met officer in charge." "You'll do that, will you? And what if the Met officer point-blank refuses?" "I think you'll find some people up there who'll be only too happy to oblige you." He looked at me without a great deal of enthusiasm. "Friends of yours, of course?" "There's a visiting meteorological team from Britain staying there briefly. 5 of them. Only they're not meteorologists." Naturally not. The lack of enthusiasm deteriorated into a coldness that was just short of outright hostility. "You play your cards mighty close to the chest, don't you, Dr. Marlowe? Don't get angry with me. I'm not asking you that. I'm telling you. Policy. I obey orders, even if you don't. A secret shared is never a secret halved. Even a peek at my cards, and who knows who's kibitzing. I'll give you that letter early this morning." "Okay." Smithy was obviously restraining himself with no small difficulty. He went on morosely, "I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised to find even the morning rose up there." "Let me put it this way," I said. "I wouldn't put it beyond the bounds of possibility." Smithy nodded, turned and walked to the oil stove, where Conrad, now returned, was pouring coffee. We sat for 10 minutes, drinking and talking about nothing much. Then Smithy and Conrad left. The next hour or so passed without event, except that after 5 minutes Luke fell sound asleep, and stayed that way. I didn't bother to wake him up. It wasn't necessary. I was in an almost hypernatural state of alertness. Unlike Luke, I had things on my mind. A door in a passage opened, and Lonnie appeared. As Lonnie, by his own account, wasn't given to sleeping much, and as he wasn't on my list of suspects anyway, this was hardly call for alarm. He came into the cabin and sat heavily in a chair by my side. He looked old and tired and grey, and the usual note of badinage was lacking in his tone. "Once again the kindly healer," he said, "and once again looking after his little flock. I have come, my boy, to share your midnight vigil." "It's 25 to 4, I said. "A figure of speech," he sighed. "I have not slept well. In fact, I have not slept at all. You see before you, Doctor, a troubled old man." "I'm sorry to hear that, Lonnie." "No tears for Lonnie. For me, as for most of pitiful mankind, my troubles are of my own making. To be an old man is bad enough. To be a lonely old man, and I have been lonely for many years, makes a man sad for much of the time. But to be a lonely old man who can no longer live with his conscience, that is not to be borne." He sighed again. "I am feeling uncommonly sorry for myself tonight." "What's your conscience doing now?" "It's keeping me awake, that's what it's doing. My boy, my boy, to cease upon the midnight with no pain. What more can a man want when it's evening and time to be gone? This wine shop on the far shore? Not even that." He shook his head mournfully. "No welcoming arms in paradise for the lost Lonnies of this world. Haven't the right entry qualifications, my boy." He smiled, and his eyes were sad. "I'll pin my hopes on a small 4-ale bar in purgatory." He lapsed into silence. His eyes closed, and I thought he was drifting off into sleep. But he presently stirred, cleared his throat, and said, apparently apropos of nothing, "It's always too late. Always." "What's always too late, Lonnie?" "Compassion is, or understanding, or forgiveness. I fear that Lonnie Gilbert has been less than he should have been. But it's always too late. Too late to say, 'I like you,' or 'I love you,' or 'how nice you are,' or 'I forgive you.' If only, if only, if only. It is difficult to make your peace with someone if you're looking at that person and he's lying there dead. My, my, my." As if with an immense effort, he pushed himself to his feet. "But there's still a little shred of something that can be saved. Lonnie Gilbert is now about to go and do something that he should have done many, many years ago. But first I must arm myself. Some life in the ancient bones, some clarity in the faded mind. In short, prepare myself for what I'm ashamed to say I still regard as the ordeal that lies ahead. In brief, my dear fellow, where's the Scotch?" "I'm afraid Otto has taken it with him." "A kind fellow, Otto, none kinder, but he has his parsimonious side to him. But no matter, the main source of supply is less than a Sunday's march away." He made for the outer door, but I stopped him. "One of those times, Lonnie, you're going to go out there, sit down there, go to sleep, and not come back again because you'll be frozen to death. Besides, there's no need. There's some in my cubicle. Same source of supply, I assure you. I'll fetch it. Just keep your eye open in my absence, will you?" It didn't matter very much whether he kept his eyes open or not, for I was back inside 20 seconds. Smithy clearly was a heavier sleeper than I was, for he didn't stir during my brief visit. Lonnie helped himself copiously, drained his glass in a few gulps, gazed at the bottle longingly, then set it firmly aside. "Duty completed, I shall return and enjoy this at my leisure. Meantime, I am sufficiently fortified." "Where are you going?" It was difficult to imagine what pressing task he had on hand at that time of the night. "I am in great debt to Miss Haynes. It is my wish to Judith Haynes." I know I stared at him. "It was my understanding that you could with but difficulty look at her." "In great debt," he said firmly. "It is my wish to discharge it, to clear the books, you might say. You understand? No. What I do understand is that it's only 3:45. If this business has been outstanding, as you said, for so many years, surely it can wait just another few hours. Besides, Miss Haynes has been sick and shocked, and she's under sedatives. As her doctor, and whether she likes it or not, I am her doctor, I can't permit it. And as a doctor, my dear fellow, you should understand the necessity for immediacy. I have worked myself up to this, screwed myself, as it were, to the sticking point. Another few hours, as you say, and it may be too late. The Lonnie Gilbert you see before you will almost certainly have reverted to the bad old, cowardly old, selfish old, clay-souled Lonnie of yore, the Lonnie we all know so well. And then it will always be too late. He paused and switched his argument. Sedatives, you say? How long do the effect of those last? Varies from person to person. 4 hours, 6 hours, maybe as much as 8. Well, there you are, then. Poor girl's probably been lying awake for hours, just longing for some company, although not in all likelihood that of Lonnie Gilbert. Or has it escaped your attention that close on 12 hours have elapsed since you administered that sedative? It had. But what had not escaped my attention was that Lonnie's relationship vis-à-vis Judith Haynes had been intriguing me considerably for some time. It might, I thought, be very helpful, and, with regard to a deeper penetration of the fog of mystery surrounding us, more than a little constructive, if I could learn something of the burden of what Lonnie had in mind to say to Judith Haynes. I said, let me go and see her. If she's awake, and I think she's fit to talk, then okay. He nodded. I went to Judith Haynes' room and entered without knocking. The oil lamp was turned up, and she was awake, stretched out under the covers with only her face showing. She looked ghastly, which was the way I had expected her to look, with the Titian hair emphasizing the drawn pallor of her face. The usually striking green eyes were glazed and lackluster, and her cheeks were smudged and streaked with tears. She looked at me indifferently as I pulled up a stool, then looked as indifferently away. I hope you slept well, Miss Haynes, I said. How are you feeling? Do you usually come calling on patients in the middle of the night? Her voice was as dull as her eyes. I don't make a practice of it, but we're taking turns keeping watch tonight, and this happens to be my turn. Is there anything that you want? No. Have you found out who killed my husband? She was so preternaturally calm, under such seemingly iron control, that I suspected it to be the prelude to another uncontrollable hysterical outburst. No. Am I to take it from that, Miss Haynes, that you no longer think that young Alan did? I don't think so. I've been lying here for hours, just thinking, and I don't think so. From the lifeless voice and the lifeless face, I was pretty sure she was still under the influence of the sedative. You will get him, won't you? The man who killed Michael. Michael wasn't as bad as people thought, Dr. Marlowe. No, he really wasn't. For the first time, a trace of expression, just the weary suggestion of a smile. I don't say he was a kind man, or a good one, or a gentle one, for he wasn't. But he was the man for me. I know, I said, as if I understood, which I only partially did. I hope we get the man responsible. I think we will. Do you have any ideas that could help? My ideas are not worth much, Doctor. My mind doesn't seem to be very clear. Do you think you could talk for a bit, Miss Haynes? It wouldn't be too tiring. I am talking. Not to me. To Lonnie Gilbert. He seems terribly anxious to speak to you. Speak to me? Tired surprise, but not outright rejection of the idea. Why should Lonnie Gilbert wish to speak to me? I don't know. Lonnie doesn't believe in confiding in doctors. All I gather is that he feels that he's done you some great wrong, and he wants to say sorry, I think. Lonnie? Say sorry to me? Astonishment had driven the flat hopelessness from her voice. Apologize to me? No, not to me. She was silent for a bit. Then she said, Yes, I'd very much like to see him now. I concealed my own astonishment as best I could, went back to the main cabin, told an equally astonished Lonnie that Judith Haynes was more than prepared to meet him, and watched him as he went along the passage, entered her room, and closed the door behind him. I glanced at Luke. He appeared, if anything, to be more soundly asleep than ever. Absurdly young to be in this situation. A pleased smile on his face. He was probably dreaming of golden discs. I walked quietly along the passage to Judith Haynes' room. There was nothing in the Hippocratic oath against doctors listening at closed doors. It was clear that I was going to have to listen very closely indeed, for although the door was only made of bonded ply, the voices in the room were being kept low, and I could hear little more than a confused murmur. I dropped to my knees and applied my ear to the keyhole. The audibility factor improved quite remarkably. You, Judith Haynes said. There was a catch in her voice. I wouldn't have believed her capable of any of the more kindly emotions. You? To apologize to me? Of all people, you? Me, my dear, me. All those years. All those years. His voice fell away, and I couldn't catch his next few words. Then he said, Despicable. Despicable for any man to go through life nurturing the animosity, nay, my dear, the hatred. He broke off, and there was silence for some moments. He went on, No forgiveness. No forgiveness. I know he can't. I know he couldn't have been so bad. Or even really bad at all. You loved him, and no one can love a person who is bad all through. But even if his sins had been black as the midnight shades, Lonnie... The interruption was sharp, even forceful. I know I wasn't married to an angel, but I wasn't married to any devil either. I know that, my dear, I know that. I was merely saying, will you listen? Lonnie, Michael wasn't in that car that night. Michael was never near that car. I strained for the answer, but none came. Judith Haynes went on, Neither was I, Lonnie. There was a prolonged silence. Then Lonnie said in a voice so low that it was a barely heard whisper, That's not what I was told. I'm sure it wasn't, Lonnie. My car, yes, but I wasn't driving it. Michael wasn't driving it. But you won't deny that my daughters were, well, incapable that night, and that you were too. And that you made them that way. I'm not denying anything. We all had too much to drink that night. That's why I've never drunk since, Lonnie. I don't know who was responsible. All I know is that Michael and I never left the house. Good God! Do you think I have to tell you this, now that Michael is dead? No, you don't. But then, Then who was driving your car?
2 other people. 2 men.
2 men? And you've been protecting them all those years.
Protecting? No, I wouldn't use the word protecting. Except inadvertently. No, I didn't put that well. I mean, well, any protection given was just incidental to something else we really wanted. Our own selfish ends, I suppose you could call it. Everybody knows well enough that Michael and I, well, we were criminals. But we always had an eye on the main chance.
2 men? It was almost as if Lonnie hadn't been listening to a word she'd said. 2 men! You must know them. Another silence. Then she said quietly,
Of course.
Once more an infuriating silence. I even stopped breathing in case I were to miss the next few words. But I wasn't given the chance either to miss them or to hear them, for a harsh and hostile voice behind me said, What in the devil do you think you are doing here, sir? I refrained from doing what I felt like doing, which was to let loose with a few choice and uninhibited phrases, turned and looked up to find Otto's massively pear-shaped bulk looming massively above me. His fists were clenched. His puce complexion had darkened dangerously. His eyes were glaring, and his lips were clamped in a thin line that threatened to disappear at any moment. You look upset, Mr. Guerin, I said. In point of fact, I was eavesdropping. I pushed myself to my feet, dusted off the knees of my trousers, straightened, and dusted off my hands. I can explain everything. I'm waiting for your explanation. He was fractionally more livid than ever. It should be interesting, Dr. Marlowe. I only said I can explain everything. Can, Mr. Guerin. That doesn't mean I've got any intention of explaining anything. Come to that. What are you doing here? What am I? What am I? He spluttered into outraged speechlessness, the year's top candidate for an instant coronary. God damn your impudence, sir! I'm about to go on watch. What are you doing at my daughter's door? I'm surprised you're not looking through that keyhole, Marlowe, instead of listening at it. I don't have to look through keyholes, I said reasonably. Miss Haynes is my patient, and I'm a doctor. If I want to see her, I just open the door and walk in. Well then, now that you're on watch, I'll be on my way. Bed. I'm tired. Bed? Bed? By God, I swear this, Marlowe. You'll regret... Who's in there with her? Lonnie Gilbert. Lonnie Gilbert? What in the name of hell? Stand aside, sir. Let me pass. I barred his way, physically. It was like stopping a small tank upholstered in Dunlopillo. But I had the advantage of having my back to the wall, and he brought up a foot short of the door. I wouldn't if I were you. They're having a rather painful moment in there. Lost, one might say, in the far-from-sweet remembrance of things past. What the devil do you mean? What are you trying to tell me, you eavesdropper? I'm not trying to tell you anything. Maybe, though, you'd tell me something. Maybe you would like to tell me something about that car crash. I assume that it must have been in California, in which Lonnie Gilbert's wife and 2 children were killed a long, long time ago. He stopped being livid. He even stopped being his normal puce. Colour drained from his face to leave it ugly and mottled and stained with grey. Car crash? He had a much better control over his voice than he had over his complexion. What do you mean, car crash, sir? I don't know what I mean. That's why I'm asking you. I heard Lonnie, just snippets, talking about his family's fatal car crash, and as your daughter seemed to know something about it, I assumed you would too. I don't know what he's talking about. Nor you. Otto, who seemed suddenly to have lost all his inquisitorial predilections, wheeled and walked up the passage to the centre of the cabin. I followed and walked to the outer door. Smithy was in for a hike, I thought. No doubt about it now. Although the cold was as intense as ever, the snow had stopped. The west wind dropped away to no more than an icily gentle breeze. The fact that we were now in the lee of the Antarctic fjell might have accounted for that. And there were quite large patches of star-studded sky all around. There was a curious lightness, a luminescence in the atmosphere too much to be accounted for by the presence of stars alone. I walked out a few paces until I was clear of the main cabin, and low to the south I could see a three-quarter moon riding in an empty sky. I went back inside, and as I closed the door, I saw Lonnie crossing the main living area, heading, I assumed, for his cubicle. He walked uncertainly, like a man not seeing too well, and as he went by close to me, I could see that his eyes were masked in tears. I would have given a lot to know just what it was that had been responsible for those tears. It was a mark of Lonnie's emotional upset that he did not so much as glance at the still three-quarter-full bottle of scotch on the small table by which Otto was sitting. He didn't even so much as look at Otto. More extraordinarily still, Otto didn't even look up at Lonnie's passing. In the mood he'd been in when he'd accosted me outside his daughter's door, I'd have expected him to question Lonnie pretty closely, probably with both hands around the old man's neck. But Otto's mood, clearly, had undergone a considerable sea change. I was walking towards Luke, bent on rousing the faithful watchdog from his slumbers, when Otto suddenly heaved his bulk upright and made his way down the passage towards his daughter's cubicle. I didn't even hesitate. In for a penny, in for a pound. I followed him, and took up my by now accustomed station outside Judith Haynes' door, although this time I didn't have to have resource to the keyhole again, as Otto, in what was presumably his agitation, had left the door considerately ajar. Otto was addressing his daughter in a low, harsh voice that was noticeably lacking in filial affection. "What have you been saying, you young she-devil? What have you been saying? Car crash? Car crash? What lies have you been telling Gilbert, you blackmailing little bitch? Get out of here!" Judith Haynes had abandoned the use of her dull and expressionless voice, although probably involuntarily. "Leave me, you horrible, evil old man! Get out! Get out! Get out!" I leaned more closely to the crack between door and jamb. It wasn't every day one had the opportunity to listen to those family tete-a-tetes. "By God, and I'll not have my own daughter cross me." Otto had forgotten the need to talk in a low voice. "I've put up with more than enough from you, and that other idle, worthless bastard of a blackmailer. What you did—" "You dare to talk of Michael like that?" Her voice had gone very quiet, and I shivered involuntarily at the sound of it. "You talk of him like that, and he's lying dead. Murdered? My husband. Well, father dear, can I tell you about something you don't know that I know he was blackmailing you with? Shall I, father dear? And shall I tell it to Johann Heisman, too?" There was a silence. Then Otto said, "You venomous little bitch!" He sounded as if he was trying to choke himself. "Venomous? Ha! Venomous!" She laughed, a cracked and chilling sound. "Coming from you, that's rich. Come now, Daddy dear, surely you remember 1938. Why, even I can remember it.
Poor old Johann. He ran and ran and ran, and all the time he ran the wrong way. Poor Uncle Johann. That's what you taught me to call him then, wasn't it, Daddy dear? Uncle Johann.
I left. Not because I had heard all that I wanted to hear, but because I thought that this was a conversation that was not going to last very long, and I could foresee a degree of awkwardness arising if Otto caught me outside his daughter's door a second time. Besides, I checked the time. Ljungbeck, Otto's watchmate, was due to make his appearance just at that moment, and I didn't want him to find me where I was, and very likely lose no time in telling his boss about it. So I returned to Luke, decided that there was no point in awakening him only to tell him to go to sleep again, poured myself a sort of morning nightcap, and was about to savour it when I heard a feminine voice scream, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" and saw Otto emerging hurriedly from his daughter's cubicle, and as hurriedly closed the door behind him. He waddled swiftly into the middle of the cabin, seized the whisky bottle without as much as a by your leave. True, it was his own, but he didn't know that. Poured himself a brimming measure, and downed half of it at a gulp, his shaking hand spilling a fair proportion of it on the way up to his mouth. "That was very thoughtless of you, Mr. Guerin," I said reproachfully, "upsetting your daughter like that. She's really a very sick girl, and what she needs is tender affection, a measure of loving care." "Tender affection!" He was on the second half of his glass now, and he spluttered much of it over his shirt front. "Loving care! Jesus!" He splashed some more scotch into his glass, and gradually subsided a little. By and by he became calm, almost thoughtful. When he spoke, no one would have thought that only a few minutes previously his greatest yearning in life would have seemed to be to disembowel me. "Maybe I wasn't as thoughtful as I ought to have been. But a hysterical girl, very hysterical. This actress temperament, you know. I'm afraid your sedatives aren't very effective, Dr. Marlowe." "People's reactions to sedatives vary greatly, Mr. Guerin, and unpredictably." "I'm not blaming you, he said irritatedly. "Care and attention, yes. But some rest. A damned good sleep is more important if you ask me. How about another sedative? A more effective one this time? No danger in that, is there?" "No harm in it. She did sound a bit, what shall we say, worked up. But she's rather a self-willed person. If she refuses—" "Ha! Self-willed! Try, anyway." He seemed to lose interest in the subject and gaze moodily at the floor. He looked up without any enthusiasm as Ljungbeck made a sleepy entrance, turned and shook Luke roughly by the shoulder. "Wake up, man!" Luke stirred and opened bleary eyes. "Bloody fine guards you are! Your watch is over. Go to bed." Luke mumbled some sort of apology, rose stiffly, and moved off. "You might have let him be," I said. "He'll have to get up for the day inside a few hours anyway." "Too late now. Besides," Otto added inconsequentially, "I'm going to have the lot of them up inside 2 hours. Weather's cleared. There's a moon to travel by. We can all be where we want to be and ready to shoot as soon as there's enough light in the sky." He glanced along the corridor where his daughter's cubicle was. "Well, aren't you going to try?" I nodded and left. 10 minutes' time, in the right circumstances, which in this case were the wrong ones, can bring about a change in a person's features which just lies within the bounds of credibility. The face that had looked merely drawn so very recently now looked haggard. She looked her real age, and then 10 hard and bitter years after that. She wept in a sore and aching silence, and the tears flowed steadily down her temples and past the earlobes, the damp marks spreading on the grey, rough linen of her pillow. I would not have thought it possible that I could ever feel such deep pity for this person and wish to comfort her. But that was how it was. I said, "I think you should sleep now." "Why?" Her hands were clenched so tightly that the ivory of the knuckles showed. "What does it matter? I'll have to wake up, won't I?" "Yes, I know." It was the sort of situation where, no matter what I said, the words would sound banal. "But the sleep would do you good, Miss Haynes." "Well, yes," she said. It was hard for her to speak through the quiet tears. "All right. Make it a long sleep." So, like a fool, I made it a long sleep. Like an even greater fool, I went to my cubicle and lay down. And like the greatest fool of all, I went to sleep myself. I slept for over 4 hours, and awoke to an almost deserted cabin. Otto had indeed been as good as his word, and had had everyone up and around at what they must have regarded as the most unreasonable crack of dawn. Understandably enough, neither he nor anyone else had seen fit to wake me. I was one of the few who had no functions to perform that day. Otto and Conrad were the only 2 people in the main quarter of the cabin. Both were drinking coffee, but as both were heavily muffled, they were clearly on the point of departure. Conrad said a civil good morning. Otto didn't bother. He informed me that the Count, Neil Devine, Alan, Cecil, and Mary Darling had taken off with the Snowcat and cameras along Lerner's Way, and that he and Conrad were following immediately. Hendricks and the 3 apostles were abroad with their sound recording equipment. Smithy and Heiter had left over an hour previously for Tunheim. Initially, I found this vaguely disturbing. I would have thought that Smithy would have at least woken and spoken to me before leaving. On reflection, however, I found this omission less than disturbing. It was a measure of Smithy's confidence in himself, and by implication my unspoken confidence in himself, that he had not thought it necessary to seek either advice or reassurance before his departure. Finally, Otto told me Heisman and his handheld camera, along with Jungbeck, had taken off on his location reconnaissance in the 16-foot workboat. They had been accompanied by Goen, who had volunteered to stand in for the now absent Heiter. Otto stood up, drained his cup, and said, "About my daughter, Dr. Marlowe. She'll be all right." She would never again be all right. "I'd like to talk to her before I go." I couldn't begin to imagine a reason why he should wish to talk to her, or she to him, but I refrained from comment. He went on, "You have no objections? Medical ones, I mean." "No, just straightforward common-sense ones. She's under heavy sedation. You couldn't even shake her awake." "But surely—" 2 or 3 hours at the very least. If you don't want my advice, Mr. Guerin, why ask for it?" Fair enough. Leave her be." He headed towards the outer door. "Your plans for the day, Dr. Marlowe?" "Who's left here?" I said. "Apart from your daughter and myself." He looked at me, his brows levelled in a frown, then said, "Mary Stuart, then there's Lonnie, Eddie, and Sandy." "Why?" "They're asleep." "As far as I know. Why?" "Someone has to bury Stryker." "Ah, yes, of course, Stryker. I hadn't forgotten, you know, but— Yes, of course, yes. You?" "Yes." "I am in your debt. A ghastly business, ghastly. Thank you again, Dr. Marlowe." He waddled purposefully towards the door. "Come, Charles, we are overdue." They left. I poured myself some coffee, but had nothing to eat, for it wasn't a morning for eating. Went outside into the equipment shed and found myself a spade. The frozen snow was not too deep, not much more than a foot, but the permafrost had set into the ground, and it cost me over an hour and a half, and, what is always dangerous in those high latitudes, the loss of much sweat before I'd done what had to be done. I returned the spade and went inside quickly to change. It was a fine, clear morning of bitter cold, with the sun not yet in the sky, but no morning for an overheated man to linger. 5 minutes later, a pair of binoculars slung round my neck, I closed the front door softly behind me. Despite the fact that it was now close on 10 o'clock, Eddie, Sandy, Lonnie, and Mary Stuart had not as yet put in an appearance. The presence of the first three would have given me no cause for concern, for all were notorious for their aversion to any form of physical activity, and it was extremely unlikely that any would have suggested that they accompany me on my outing. Mary Stuart might well have done so, for any number of reasons. Curiosity, the wish to explore, because she'd been told to keep an eye on me, even, maybe, because she would have felt safer with me than being left behind at the cabin. But whatever her reasons might have been, I most definitely didn't want Mary Stuart keeping an eye on me when I was setting out to keep an eye on Heisman. But to keep an eye on Heisman, I had first of all to find him. And Heisman, inconveniently and most annoyingly, was nowhere to be seen. The intention, as I had understood it, was that he, with Youngbeck and Goen, should cruise the Sohamna in the 16-footer in search of likely background material. But there was no trace of their boat anywhere in the Sohamna, and from where I stood in the vicinity of the cabin, I could take in the whole sweep of the bay at one glance. Against the remote possibility that the boat might have temporarily moved in behind one of the tiny islands on the east side of the bay, I kept the glasses on those for a few minutes. Nothing stirred. Heisman, I was sure, had left the Sohamna. He could have moved out to the open sea to the east, by way of the northern tip of the island of Mackail, but this seemed unlikely. The northerly seas were white-capped and confused, and apart from the fact that Heisman was as far removed from the popular concept of an intrepid seaman as it was possible to imagine, it seemed unlikely that he would have forgotten Smithy's warning the previous day about the dangers inherent in taking an open-pooped boat out in such weather. Much more likely, I thought, he'd moved south, out of the Sohamna, into the sheltered waters of the next bay to the south, the Audiobook. I, too, made my way south. Initially, I moved in a southwesterly direction to give the low cliffs of the bay as wide a berth as possible. Not from any vertiginous fear of heights, but because Hendricks and the three apostles were down there somewhere, recording, or hoping to record, the cries of the kittiwake gulls, the fulmars, the black guillemots, which were reputed to haunt those parts. I had no reason to fear anything at their hands. I just didn't want to go around arousing too much curiosity. The going, diagonally upwards across a deceptively easy-looking slope, proved very laborious indeed. Mountaineering ability was not called for, which, in view of my lack of expertise or anything resembling specialized equipment, was just as well. What was required was some form of inbuilt radar to enable me to detect the presence of hidden fissures and sudden dips in the smooth expanse of white. And in this, unfortunately, I was equally lacking, with the result that I fell abruptly and at fairly regular intervals into drifts of newly formed snow that at times reached as high as my shoulders. There was no physical danger in this. The cushioning effect of newly driven snow is almost absolute. But the effort of almost continuously extricating myself from those miniature ravines and struggling back up to something resembling terra firma, which even then had seldom less than 12 or 15 inches of soft snow, was very wearing indeed. If it was so difficult for me to make progress along such relatively simple ground, I wondered how Smithy and Hayter must be faring in the so much more wildly rugged mountainous terrain to the north. It took me just on an hour and a half to cover less than a mile, and arrive at a vantage point of a height of about 500 feet that enabled me to see into the next bay, the Audiobook. This wide U-shaped bay, stretching from Cap Malgren in the northeast to Cap Kolthoff in the southwest, was just over a mile in length, and perhaps half of that in width. The entire coastline of the bay consisted of vertical cliffs, a bleak, forbidding and repellent stretch of grey water and precipitous limestone that offered no haven to those in peril on the sea. I stretched out gratefully on the snow, and when the thumping of my heart and the rasping of my breathing had quietened sufficiently for me to hold a pair of binoculars steady, I used them to quarter the Audiobook. It was completely bereft of life. The sun was up now, low over the southeastern horizon. But even although it was in my eyes, visibility was good enough, and the resolution of the binoculars such that I could have picked up a seagull floating on the waters. There were some little islands to the north of the bay, and of course there were the cliffs immediately below me that blocked off all view of what might be happening at their feet. But if the boat was concealed either behind an island or under the cliffs, it was most unlikely that Heisman would remain in such positions long, for there would be nothing to detain him. I looked south, beyond the tip of Cap Kolthoff, and there, beyond the protection of the headland, the sun glinted off the broken tops of white water. I was as certain as one could be without absolute proof that they would not have ventured beyond the protection of the point. Heisman's unseamanlike qualities apart, Goin was far too prudent a man to step unheedingly into anything that would even smack of danger. How long I lay there, waiting for the boat to appear either from behind an island or out from under the concealment of the nearest cliffs, I didn't know. What I did know was that I suddenly became aware of the fact that I was shaking with the cold, and that both hands and feet were almost completely benumbed. And I became aware of something else. For several minutes now, I'd had the binoculars trained not on the north end of the bay, but at the foot of the cliffs to the south, on a spot where, about 300 yards northwest of the tip of Cap Kolthoff, there was a peculiar indentation in the cliff walls, partly because of the fact that it appeared to bear to the right and out of sight behind one of the cliff faces guarding the entrance, and partly because, due to the height of the cliffs, and the fact that the sun was almost directly behind, the shadows cast were very deep. I was unable to make out any details beyond this narrow entrance. But that it was an entrance to some cove beyond, I didn't doubt. Of any place within the reach of my binoculars, it was the only one where the boat could have lain concealed. Why anyone should wish to lie there at all was another matter altogether, a reason for which I couldn't even guess at. One thing was for certain. A landward investigation from where I lay was out of the question. Even if I didn't break my neck in the minimum of the 2-hour journey it would take me to get there, nothing would be achieved by making such a trip anyway. For not only did the descent of those beetling black cliffs seem quite suicidal, but even if it were impossibly accomplished, what lay at the end of it removed any uncertainty about the permanency of the awaiting reception. For there was no foreshore whatever, just the precipitous plunge of those limestone walls into the dark and icy seas. Stiffly, clumsily, I rose and headed back towards the cabin. The trip back was easier than the outwards one, for it was downhill, and by following my own tracks, I was able to avoid most of the involuntary descents into the sunken snowdrifts that had punctuated my climb. Even so, it was nearer 1 o'clock than noon when I approached the cabin. I was only a few paces distant, when the main door opened and Mary Stewart appeared. One look at her, and my heart turned over, and something cold and leaden seemed to settle in the pit of my stomach. Dishevelled hair, a white and shocked face, eyes wild and full of fear. I'd have had to be blind not to know that somewhere, close, death had walked by again. "Thank God!" Her voice was husky and full of tears.
"Thank God you're here. Please come quickly. Something terrible has happened."
I didn't waste time asking her what. Clearly I'd find out soon enough. Just followed her running footsteps into the cabin and along the passage to Judith Haynes' open door. Something terrible had indeed happened, but there had been no need for haste. Judith Haynes had fallen from her cot and was lying sideways on the floor, half covered by her blanket, which she'd apparently dragged down along with her. On the bed lay an opened and 3 parts empty bottle of barbiturate tablets, a few scattered over the bed. On the floor, its neck still clutched in her hand, lay a bottle of gin, also 3 parts empty. I stooped and touched the marble forehead. Even allowing for the icy atmosphere in the cubicle, she must have been dead for hours. "Make it a long sleep," she said to me. "Make it a long sleep."
Is she?
The dead make people speak in whispers. Can't you tell a dead person when you see one? It was brutal of me, but I felt flooding into me that cold anger that was to remain with me until we'd left the island.
I didn't touch her.
When did you find her?
A minute ago. 2. I'd just made some food and coffee, and I came to see.
Where are the others? Lonnie, Sandy, Eddie?
Where are... I don't know. They left a little while ago, said they were going for a walk.
A likely tale. There was only one reason that would make at least 2 of the 3 walk as far as the front door. I said, "Get them. You'll find them in the provisions shed."
Provisions shed? Why would they be there?
Because that's where Otto keeps his scotch. She left. I put the gin bottle and barbiturate bottle to one side. Then I lifted Judith Haynes onto the bed, for no better reason than it seemed cruel to leave her lying on the wooden floor. I looked quickly around the cubicle, but I could see nothing that could be regarded as untoward or amiss. The window was still screwed in its closed position. The few clothes that she had unpacked neatly folded on a small chair. My eye kept returning to the gin bottle. Stryker had told me, and I'd overheard her telling Lonnie that she never drank, had not drunk alcohol for many years. An abstainer does not habitually carry around a bottle of gin just on the off chance that he or she may just suddenly feel thirsty. Lonnie, Eddie, and Sandy came in, trailing with them the redolence of a Highland distillery. But that was the only evidence of their sojourn in the provision shed. Whatever they'd been like when Mary had found them, they were shocked cold sober now. They just stood there, staring at the dead woman and saying nothing. Understandably, I suppose, they thought there was nothing they could usefully say. I said, "Mr. Guerin must be informed that his daughter is dead. He's gone north to the next bay. He'll be easy to find. You've only got to follow the snowcat's tracks. I think you should go together."
God love us all.
Lonnie spoke in a hushed and anguished reverence.
The poor girl.
The poor, poor lassie.
First her man, and now this. Where's it all going to end, Doctor?
I don't know, Lonnie. Life's not always so kind, is it? No need to kill yourselves looking for Mr. Guerin. A heart attack on top of this we can do without.
Poor little Judith, Lonnie said. And what do we tell Otto she died of? Alcohol and sleeping tablets. It's a pretty lethal combination, isn't it?
Frequently. They looked at each other uncertainly, then turned and left. Mary Stewart said,
What can I do?
Stay there. The harshness in my voice surprised me almost as much as it clearly surprised her. I want to talk to you. I found a towel and a handkerchief, wrapped the gin bottle in the former and the barbiturate bottle in the latter. I had a glimpse of Mary watching me, wide-eyed, in what could have been wonder or fear, or both, then crossed to examine the dead woman to see whether there were any visible marks on her. There wasn't much to examine. Although she'd been in bed with blankets over her, she'd been fully clothed in parka and some kind of fur trousers. I didn't have to look long. I beckoned Mary across and pointed to a tiny puncture exposed by pushing back the hair on Judith Haynes' neck. Mary ran the tip of her tongue across dry lips and looked at me with sick eyes. "Yes," I said. "Murdered. How do you feel about that, Mary, dear?" The turn was affectionate. The tone, not.
"Murdered,"
she whispered.
"Murdered?"
She looked at the wrapped bottles, licked her lips again, made as if to speak, and seemingly couldn't. "There may be some gin inside her," I conceded. "Possibly even some barbiturate. I doubt it, though. It's very hard to make people swallow anything when they're unconscious. Maybe there are no other fingerprints on the bottles. They could have been wiped off. But if we find only her forefinger and thumb around the neck, well, you don't drink 3/4 of a bottle of gin, holding it by the finger and thumb." She stared in fascinated horror at the pinprick in the neck, and then I let the hair fall back. "I don't know, but I think an injection of an overdose of morphine killed her. How do you feel about it, Mary, dear?" She looked at me pitifully, but I wasn't wasting my pity on the living. She said, "That's the second time you said that. Why did you say that?" "Because it's partly your fault, and it may be a very large part that she's dead. Oh, and very cleverly dead, I assure you. I'm very good at finding those things out, when it's too damn late. Rigged for suicide, only I knew she never drank." "Well, I didn't kill her. Oh, God, I didn't kill her. I didn't. "And I hope to God you're not responsible for killing Smithy, too," I said savagely. "If he doesn't come back, you're first in line as accessory, after murder."
"Mr. Smith!"
Her bewilderment was total, and totally pathetic, and I was totally unmoved. She said,
"Before God, I don't know what you're talking about."
"Of course not. And you won't know what I'm talking about when I ask you what's going on between Guerin and Heisman. How could you, a sweet and innocent child like you? Or you wouldn't know what's going on between you and your dear, lovable Uncle Johann." She stared at me in a dumb, animal-like misery and shook her head. I struck her. Even although I was aware that the anger that was in me was directed more against myself than at her, still it could not be contained, and I struck her. And when she looked at me the way a favourite pet would look at a person who has shot it but not quite killed it, I lifted my hand again. But this time, when she closed her eyes and flinched away, turning her head to one side, I let my hand drop helplessly to my side, then did what I should have done in the first place. I put my arms around her and held her tight. She didn't try to fight or struggle, just stood quite still. She had nothing left to fight with anymore. "Poor Mary, dear," I said. "You've got no place left to run to, have you?" She made no answer. Her eyes were still closed. "Uncle Johann is no more your uncle than I am. Your immigration papers state that your father and mother are dead. It is my belief that they are still alive, and that Heisman is no more your mother's brother than he is your uncle. It is my belief that he is holding them as hostage for your good conduct, and that he is holding you as hostage for theirs. I don't just think that Heisman is up to no good, I know he is. For I don't just think he's a criminal operating on an international scale, I know that too. I know that you're not Latvian, but strictly of German ancestry. I know too that your father ranked very highly in the Berlin Councils of War. I didn't know that at all, but it had become an increasingly safe guess. And I know, too, that there's a great deal of money involved. Not in hard cash, but in negotiable securities. All this is true, is it not? There was a silence. Then she said dully, "If you know so much, what's the good in pretending any more?" She pushed back a little and looked at me through defeated eyes. "You are not a real doctor." "I'm real enough, but not in the ordinary way of things, for which any patients I might have had would probably feel very thankful, as I haven't practiced these past good few years. I'm just a civil servant, working for the British government. Nothing glamorous or romantic like intelligence or counterintelligence. Just the Treasury. Which is why I'm here, because we've been interested in Heisman shenanigans for quite some time. I didn't expect to run into this other busload of trouble, though." "What do you mean?" "Too long to explain, even if I could. I can't, yet. And I've things to do."
"Mr. Smith?"
She hesitated.
"From the Treasury, too?"
I nodded, and she went on.
"I've been thinking that.
She hesitated again.
My father commanded submarine groups during the war. He was also a high-party official. Very high, I think. Then he disappeared."
"Where was his command?"
"For the last year, the north. Tromsø, Trondheim, Narvik. Places like that, I'm not sure."
I was. All of a sudden, I was. I knew it had to be true. I said, "Then, disappearance? A war criminal?" She nodded. "And now an old man?" Another nod. "And amnestied because of age?"
"Yes. Just over 2 years ago. Then he came back to us. Mr. Heisman brought us all together. I don't know how."
I could have explained Heisman's special background qualifications for this very job, but it was hard at the moment. I said, "Your father's not only a war criminal, he's also a civil criminal, probably an embezzler on a grand scale. Yet you do all this for him?"
"For my mother."
"I'm sorry."
"I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've given you. Do you think my mother will be all right?"
"I think so," I said, which, considering my recent disastrous record in keeping people alive, was a pretty rash statement on my part.
"But what can we do? What on earth can we do with all those terrible things happening?"
"It's not what we can do. I know what to do. It's what you are going to do."
"I'll do anything. Anything you say, I promise."
"Then do nothing. Behave exactly as you've been behaving, especially towards Uncle Johann. But never a word of our talk to him. Never a word to anyone."
"Not even to Charles?"
"Conrad? Least of all to him."
"But I thought you liked..."
"Sure I do. But not half as much as our Charles likes you. He'd just up and clobber Heisman on the spot." "I haven't," I said bitterly, "been displaying very much cleverness or finesse to date. Give me this one last chance." I thought a bit about being clever, then said, "One thing you can do. Let me know if you see anyone returning here. I'm going to look around a bit." Otto had almost as many locks as I had keys. As befitted the chairman of Olympus Productions, the producer of the film and the de facto leader of the expedition, he carried a great number of bits and pieces of equipment with him. Most of the belongings were personal, and most of these clothes. For although Otto, because of his spherical shape, was automatically excluded from the list of the top 10 best-dressed men, his sartorial aspirations were of the most soaring, and he carried at least a dozen suits with him. Although what he intended to do with them on Bear Island was a matter for conjecture. More interestingly, he had 2 small, squat brown suitcases that served merely as cover for 2 metal deed boxes. Those were hasp-bound with imposing brass padlocks that a blind and palsied picklock could have opened in under a minute. And it didn't take me much longer. The first contained nothing of importance. That was to anyone except Otto. They consisted of hundreds of press clippings,
No doubt carefully selected for the laudatory nature of their contents.
and going back for 20-odd years, all of them unanimous in extolling Otto's cinematic genius. Precisely the sort of ego-feeding nourishment that Otto would carry around with him. The second deed box contained papers of a purely financial nature. Recorded Otto's transactions, incomes and outgoes over a number of years, and would have proved, I felt certain, fascinating reading for any inland revenue inspector or law-abiding accountant, if there were any such around. But my interest in them was minimal. What did interest me, though, and powerfully, was a collection of cancelled checkbooks. And as I couldn't see that those were going to be of any use to Otto in the Arctic, I pocketed them, checked that everything was as I'd found it, and left. Goin, as befitted the firm's accountant, was also much given to keeping things under lock and key. But because the total of his impediments didn't come to much more than a quarter of Otto's, the search took correspondingly less time. Again, as befitted an accountant, Gowen's main concern was clearly with matters financial. And as this coincided with my own current interest, I took with me 3 items that I judged likely to be handsomely rewarding of more leisured study. Those were the Olympus Productions salary lists, Gowen's splendidly padded private bank book, and a Morocco diary that was full of items in some sort of private code, but was nonetheless clearly concerned with money. For Gowen hadn't bothered to construct a code for the columns of pounds and pence. There was nothing necessarily sinister about this. Concern for privacy, especially other people's privacy, could be an admirable trait in an accountant. In the next half hour, I went through 4 cubicles. In Heisman's, I found what I had expected to find. Nothing. A man with his background and experience would have discovered many years ago that the only safe place to file his records was inside his head. But he did have some innocuous items. I suppose he had used them in the production of the Olympus Manifesto for the film, which were of interest to me. Several large-scale charts of Bear Island. One of those I took. Neil Devine's private papers reveal little of interest except a large number of unpaid bills, IOUs, and a number of letters, all of them menacing in varying degrees, from an assortment of different bankers. A form of correspondence that went well with Devine's nervous, apprehensive, and generally downtrodden mien. At the bottom of an old-fashioned Gladstone in the Count's room, I found a small black automatic, loaded. But as an envelope beside it contained a current London licence for a gun, this discovery might or might not have significance. The number of law-abiding people in law-abiding Britain who for diverse law-abiding reasons consider it prudent to own a gun are, in their total, quite remarkable. In the cubicle shared by Youngbeck and Heiter, I found nothing incriminating. But I was intrigued by a small brown paper packet, sealed, that I found in Youngbeck's case. I took this into the main cabin, where Mary Stewart was moving from window to window. There were 4 of them, keeping watch. "Nothing?" I said. She shook her head. "Put on a kettle, will you?" "There's coffee there, and some food." "I don't want coffee. A kettle. Water. Half an inch will do." I handed her the packet. "Steam this open for me, will you?" "Steam? What's in it?" "If I knew that, I wouldn't ask you to open it." I went into Lonnie's cubicle, but it held nothing but Lonnie's dreams. An album full of faded photographs. With few exceptions, they were of his family. Clearly, Lonnie had taken them himself. The first few showed a dark, attractive girl with a wavy, shoulder-length 30s hairdo holding two babies, who are obviously twins. Later photographs showed that the two babies were girls. As the years had passed, Lonnie's wife, changing hairstyles apart, had changed remarkably little, while the girls had grown up from page to page until eventually they had become two rather beautiful youngsters very closely resembling their mother. In the last photograph, about 2/3 of the way through the album, all three were shown in white summer dresses of an unconscionable length, leaning against a dark, open roadster. The two girls would then have been about 18. I closed the album with that guilty and uncomfortable feeling you have when you stumble, however inadvertently, across another man's private dreams. I was crossing the passage to Eddie's room when Mary called me. She had the package open and was holding the contents in a white handkerchief. I said, "That's clever." £2,000, she said wonderingly. All in new £5 notes. That's a lot of money. They were not only new, they were in consecutive serial number order. I noted down the first and last numbers. Tracing would be automatic and immediate. Somebody was being very stupid indeed, or very confident indeed. This was one item of what might be useful evidence that I did not appropriate, but locked up again, resealed, in Ljungbeck's case. When a man has that much money around, he's apt to check on its continued presence pretty frequently. Neither Eddie's nor Hendrix's cubicles revealed any item of interest, while the only thing I learned from a brief glance at Sandy's room was that he was just that modicum less scrupulous in obtaining his illicit supplies than Lonnie. Sandy stocked up on Otto's scotch by the bottleful. The Three Apostles' quarters I passed up. A search in there would, I was convinced, yield nothing. It never occurred to me to check on Conrad. It was just after 3 o'clock, with the light beginning to fade from the sky, when I returned to the main cabin. Lonnie and the other two should have contacted Otto and the others a long time ago. Their return, I should have thought, was considerably overdue. Mary, who had eaten, or said she had, gave me steak and chips, both of the frozen and pre-cooked variety, and I could see that she was worried. Heaven knew she had enough reason to be worried about a great number of things, but I guessed that her present worry was due to one particular cause. "Where on earth can they all be?" she said. "I'm sure something must have happened to them." "He'll be all right. They probably just went farther than they intended, that's all." "I hope so. It's getting dark and the snow is starting..." She broke off and looked at me in embarrassed accusation. "You are very clever, aren't you?" "I wish to God I were," I said, and meant it. I pushed my almost uneaten meal away and rose. "Thank you. Sorry, and it's nothing to do with your cooking, but I'm not hungry. I'll be in my room." "It's getting dark," she repeated inconsequentially. "I won't be long." I lay on my cot and looked at my hall from the various cabins. I didn't have to look long, and I didn't have to be possessed of any outstanding deductive powers to realize the significance of what I had before me. The salary lists were very instructive, but not half so enlightening as the correspondence between Otto's checkbooks and Gowen's bankbook. But the map, more precisely the detailed inset of the Evya Bukta, was perhaps the most interesting of all. I was gazing at the map and having long, long thoughts about Mary Stuart's father, when Mary Stuart herself came into my room. "There's someone coming." "Who?" "I don't know. It's too dark, and there's snow falling." "What direction?" "That way." She pointed south. "That'll be Hendrix and the Three Apostles." I wrapped the papers up into a small towel and handed them to her. "Hide those in your room." I turned my medical bag upside down, brought a small coach screwdriver from my pocket, and began to unscrew the 4 metal studs that served as floor rests. Yes, of course." She hesitated. "Do you mind telling me?" "There are shameless people around who wouldn't think twice of searching through a man's private possessions. especially mine. If I'm not here, that's to say. I'd removed the base and now started working free the flat black metal box that had fitted so snugly into the bottom. "You're going out?" She said it mechanically, like one who is beyond surprise. "Where?" "Well, I'm not dropping in at the local, and that's for sure." I took out the black box and handed it to her. "Careful, heavy. Hide that too, and hide it well." "But what?" "Hurry up. I hear them at the door." She hurried up. I screwed the base of the bag back in position and went into the main cabin. Hendricks and the three apostles were there, and from the way they clapped their arms together to restore circulation, and in between sipped the hot coffee that Mary had left on the stove, they seemed to be more than happy to be back. Their happiness vanished abruptly when I told them briefly of Judith Haynes' death. And although, like the rest of the company, none of them had any cause to cherish any tender feelings towards the dead woman, the simple fact of the death of a person they knew, and that this fresh death, suicide though it had been, had come so cruelly swiftly after the preceding murders, had the immediate effect of reducing them to a state of speechless shock. A state from which they weren't even beginning to recover when the door opened and Otto lurched in. He was gasping for air and seemed close to exhaustion, although such symptoms of physical distress, where Otto was concerned, were not in themselves necessarily indicative of recent and violent exertion. Even the minor labour of tying his shoelaces made Otto huff and puff in an alarming fashion. I looked at him with what I hoped was a proper concern. "Now, Mr. Guerin, you must take it easy," I said solicitously. "I know this has been a terrible shock to you." "Where is she?" he said hoarsely. "Where's my daughter? How, in God's name?" "In her cubicle." He made to brush by me, but I barred his way. "In a moment, Mr. Guerin. But I must see first that, well, you understand." He stared at me under lowered brows, then nodded impatiently to show that he understood, which was more than I did, and said, "Be quick, please." "Seconds only." I looked at Mary Stuart. "Some brandy for Mr. Guerin." What I had to do in Judith Haynes' cubicle took only 10 seconds. I didn't want Otto asking awkward questions about why I'd so lovingly wrapped up the gin and barbiturate bottles. So, holding them gingerly by the tops of the necks, I unwrapped them, placed them in reasonably conspicuous positions, and summoned Otto. He hung around for a bit, looking suitably stricken and making desolate sounds, but offered no resistance when I took his arm, suggested that he was achieving nothing by remaining there, and led him outside. In the passage he said, "Suicide, of course?" "No doubt about that." He sighed. "God, how I reproach myself for—" "You've nothing to reproach yourself with, Mr. Guerin. You saw how completely broken she was at the news of her husband's death. Just plain, old-fashioned grief." "It's good to have a man like you around in times like these," Otto murmured. I met this in modest silence, led him back to his brandy, and said, "Where are the others?" "Just a few minutes behind. I ran on ahead." "How come Lonnie and the other two took so long to find you?" "It was a marvellous day for shooting. All background. We just kept moving on, every shot better than the last one. And then, of course, we had this damned rescue job. My God! If ever a location unit has been plagued with such ill luck." "Rescue job?" I hoped I sounded puzzled, that my tone didn't reflect my sudden chill. "Heiter hurt himself." Otto lowered some brandy and shook his head to show the burden of woes he was carrying. "He and Smith were climbing when he fell. Ankle sprained or broken, I don't know. They could see us coming along Lerner's Way, heading more or less the way they'd gone,
though they were much higher, of course. Seems Heiter persuaded Smith to carry on. Said he'd be all right, he'd attract our attention.
Otto shook his head and drained his brandy. Fool! I don't understand, I said. I could hear the engine of the approaching snowcat.
Instead of just lying there till we came within shouting distance, he tried to hobble down the hill towards us. Of course, his blasted ankle gave way. He fell into a gully and knocked himself about pretty badly. God knows how long he was lying there unconscious. It was early afternoon before we heard his shouts for help. A most damnable job getting him down that hill. Just damnable. Is that the snowcat out there?
I nodded. Otto heaved himself to his feet, and we went towards the front door together. I said, Smithy, did you see him?
Smith?
Otto looked at me in faint surprise.
No, of course not. I told you he'd gone on ahead.
Of course, I said. I'd forgotten. The door opened from the outside just as we reached it. Conrad and the Count entered, half carrying a Heiter who could only hop on one leg. His head hung exhaustedly, his chin on his chest, and his pale face was heavily bruised on both the right cheek and temple. We got him onto a couch, and I eased off his right boot. The ankle was swollen and badly discoloured, and bleeding slightly, where the skin had been broken in several places. While Mary Stuart was heating some water, I propped him up, gave him some brandy, smiled at him in my most encouraging physician's fashion, commiserated with him on his ill luck, and marked him down for death. Chapter 12. Otto's stocks of liquid cheer were taking a severe beating. It is a medical commonplace that there are those who, under severe stress, resort to the consumption of large quantities of food. Olympus Productions Limited harboured none of those. The demand for food was non-existent, but in a correspondingly inverse proportion, alcoholic solace was being eagerly sought, and the atmosphere in the cabin was powerfully redolent of that of a Glasgow public house when a Scottish soccer team has resoundingly defeated its ancient enemies from across the border. The 16 people scattered around the cabin, the injured Heiter apart, showed no desire to repair to their cubicles. There was an unacknowledged and wholly illogical tacit assumption that if Judith Haynes could die in her cubicle, anyone could. Instead, they sat scattered around in twos and threes, drinking silently or conversing in murmurs, furtive eyes forever moving around the others present, all deepening a cheerless and doom-laden air which stemmed not from Judith Haynes' death, but from what might or might not be yet another impending disaster. Although it was close on 7 now, with the darkness total and the snow falling steadily out of the north, Heisman, Goen, and Ljungbeck had not yet returned. Otto, unusually, sat by himself, chewing on a cigar but not drinking. He gave the impression of a man who is wondering what fearsome blow fate now has in store for him. I had talked to him briefly some little time previously, and he had given it as his morose and unshakable opinion that all 3 of them had been drowned. None of them, as he had pointed out, knew the first thing about handling a boat. Even if they managed to survive more than a few minutes in those icy waters, what hope lay for them if they did swim to shore? If they reached a cliff face, their fingers would only scrabble uselessly against the smoothly vertical rock until their strength gave out and they slid under. If they managed to scramble ashore at some more accessible point, the icy air would reach through their soaked clothes to their soaked bodies and freeze them to death almost instantly. If they didn't turn up, he said, and now he was sure they wouldn't, he was going to abandon the entire venture and wait for Smithy to bring help. And if that didn't come soon, he would propose that the entire company strike out for the safety of Tunheim. The entire company had momentarily fallen silent, and Otto, looking across the cabin to where I was standing, gave a painful smile, and said, as if in a desperate attempt to lighten the atmosphere, Come, Dr. Marlowe. I see you haven't got a glass." "No," I said. I don't think it's wise. Otto looked around the cabin. If he was being harrowed by the contemplation of his rapidly dwindling stocks, he was concealing his grief well. The others seem to think it's wise. The others don't have to take into account the danger of exposing opened pores to 0 temperatures. What? He peered at me. What's that supposed to mean? It means that if Heisman, Ljungbeck and Goen aren't back here in a very few minutes, I intend to take the 14-footer and go to look for them. What? This in a very different tone of voice. Otto hauled himself painfully to his feet, as he always did when he was preparing to appear impressive. Go to look for them? Are you mad, sir? Look for them indeed? On a night like this, pitch dark, can't see a hand in front of your nose. No, by God, I've already lost too many people, far too many. I absolutely forbid it. Have you taken into account that their engine may have just failed? That they're just drifting helplessly around, freezing to death by the minute, while we sit here doing nothing? I have, and I don't believe it possible. The boat engines were overhauled completely before our departure, and I know that Ljungbeck is a very competent mechanic. The matter is not to be contemplated. I'm going anyway. I would remind you that that boat is company property. Who's going to stop me taking it? Otto spluttered ineffectually, then said, You realize? I realize. I was tired of Otto. I'm fired. You'd better fire me too, then, Conrad said. We all turned to look at him. I'm going along with him. I'd have expected no less from Conrad. He, after all, had been the one to initiate the search for Smithy soon after our landing. I didn't try to argue with him. I could see Mary Stuart with her hand on his arm, looking at him in dismay. If she couldn't dissuade him, I wasn't going to bother to try. Charles? Otto was bringing the full weight of his authority to bear. I would remind you that you have a contract. The contract, Conrad said. Otto stared at him in disbelief, clamped his lips quite shut, wheeled and headed for his cubicle. With his departure, everybody, it seemed, started to speak at the same time. I crossed to where the Count was moodily drinking the inevitable brandy. He looked up and gave me a cheerless smile. If you want a third suicidal volunteer, my dear boy, how long have you known Otto Guerin? What's that? He seemed momentarily at a loss, then quaffed some more brandy. 30-odd years. It's no secret I knew him well in pre-war Vienna. Why do you... You were in the film business then? Yes, and no. He smiled in an oddly quizzical fashion. Again, it's on the record. In the halcyon days, my dear fellow, when Count Tadeusz Leszczynski, that's me, was, if not exactly a name to be conjured with, at least a man of considerable means. I was Otto's angel, his first backer. Again a smile, this time amused. Why do you think I'm a member of the board? What do you know of the circumstances of Heisman's sudden disappearance from Vienna in 1938? The Count stopped being amused. I said, So that's not on the record. I paused to see if he would say anything, and when he didn't, I went on. Watch your back, Count. My back? That part of the anatomy that's so subject to being pierced by sharp objects or rapidly moving blunt ones. Or has it not occurred to you that the board of Olympus are falling off their lofty perches like so many stricken birds? One lying dead outside, another lying dead inside, and 2 more at peril or perhaps even perished on the high seas. What makes you think you should be so lucky? Beware the slings and arrows, Thaddeus. And you might tell Neil Devine and Lonnie to beware of the same things, at least while I'm gone. Especially Lonnie. I'd be glad if you made sure he doesn't step outside this cabin in my absence. Very vulnerable things, backs." The Count sat in silence for some moments, his face not giving anything away. Then he said, "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about." "I never for a moment thought you would." I tapped the bulky pocket of his anorak. "That's where it should be. Not lying about uselessly in your cabin." "What, for heaven's sake?" "Your 9mm Beretta automatic." I left the Count on this suitably enigmatic note and moved across to where Lonnie was making hay while the sun shone. The hand that held his glass shook with an almost constant tremor, and his eyes were glassy, but his speech was as intelligible and lucid as ever. "And once again our medical Lochinvar, or was it Lancelot, gallops forth to the rescue," Lonnie intoned. "I can't tell you, my dear boy, how my heart fills with pride." "Stay inside when I'm gone, Lonnie. Don't go beyond that door, not once. Please? For me?" "Merciful heavens!" Lonnie hiccuped on a grand scale. "One would think I am in danger." "You are. Believe me, you are." "Me? Me?" He was genuinely baffled. "And who would wish ill to poor old harmless Lonnie?" "You'd be astonished at the people who would wish ill to poor old harmless Lonnie. Dispensing for the moment with your homilies about the innate kindness of human nature, will you promise me, really promise me, that you won't go out tonight?" "This is so important to you then, my boy?" "It is." "Very well. With this gnarled hand on a vat of the choicest malt—" I left him to get on with what promised to be a very lengthy promise indeed, and approached Conrad and Mary Stuart, who seemed to be engaged in an argument that was as low-pitched as it was intense. They broke off, and Mary Stuart put a beseeching hand on my arm. She said, "Please, Dr. Marlowe, please tell Charles not to go. He'll listen to you. I know he will." She shivered. "I just know that something awful is going to happen tonight." "You may well be right at that," I said. "Mr. Conrad, you are not expendable." I could, I immediately realized, have lighted upon a more fortunate turn of phrase. Instead of looking at Conrad, she kept looking at me, and the implications of what I'd said dawned on me quite some time after they had clearly dawned on her. She put both hands on my arm, looked at me with dull and hopeless eyes, then turned and walked towards her cubicle. "Go after her," I said to Conrad. "Tell her—" "No point. I'm going. She knows it. Go after her and tell her to open her window and put that black box I gave her on the snow outside. Then close her window." Conrad looked at me closely, made as if to speak, then left. He was nobody's fool. He hadn't even given a nod that could have been interpreted as acknowledgment. He was back within a minute. We pulled on all the outer clothes we could and furnished ourselves with 4 of the largest torches. On the way to the door, Mary Darling rose from where she was sitting, beside a still badly battered Alan. "Dr. Marlowe?" I put my head to where I figured her ear lay behind the tangled platinum hair and whispered, "I'm wonderful." She nodded solemnly, eyes sad behind the huge horn-rimmed glasses, and kissed me. I didn't know what the audience thought of this little vignette, and didn't much care. Probably a last tender farewell to the good doctor before he moved out forever into the outer darkness. As the door closed behind us, Conrad said complainingly, "She might have kissed me too." "I think you've done pretty well already," I said. He had the grace to keep silent. With our torches off, we moved across to what shelter was offered from the now quite heavily falling snow by the provisions hut, and remained there for 2 or 3 minutes until we were quite certain that no one had it in mind to follow us. Then we moved round the side of the main cabin and picked up the black box outside Mary Stuart's window. She was standing there, and I'm quite sure she saw us, but she made no gesture or any attempt to wave goodbye. It seemed as if the two Marys had but one thought in common. We made our way through the snow and the darkness down to the jetty, stowed the black box securely under the stern sheets, started up the outboard, 5.5 horsepower only, but enough for a 14-footer, and cast off. As we came round the northern arm of the jetty, Conrad said, "Christ, it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. How do you propose to set about it?" "Set about what?" "Finding Heisman and Company, of course." "I couldn't care if I never saw that lot again," I said candidly. "I've no intention of trying to find them. On the contrary, all our best efforts are going to be brought to bear to avoid them." While Conrad was silently mulling over this volte-face, I took the boat, the motor throttle right back for prudence's sake, just over 100 yards out, until we were close into the northern shore of the Sohamna, and cut the engine. As the boat drifted to a stop, I went forward and eased anchor and rope over the side. "According to the chart," I said, "there are 3 fathoms here. According to the experts, that should mean about 50 feet of rope to prevent us from drifting. So, 50 feet. And as we're against the land and so can't be silhouetted, that should make us practically invisible to anyone approaching from the south. No smoking, of course." "Very funny," Conrad said. Then, after a pause, he went on carefully, "Who are you expecting to approach from the south?" "Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs." All right. So you don't think there's anything wrong with them?" "I think there's a great deal wrong with them, but not in the sense you mean." "Ah." There was a silence, which I took to be a very thoughtful one on his part. "Speaking of Snow White." "Yes?" "How about whiling away the time by telling me a fairy story?" So I told everything I knew, or thought I knew, and he listened in complete silence throughout. When I finished, I waited for comment, but none came. So I said, "I have your promise that you won't clobber Heisman on sight." Reluctantly given. He shivered. "Jesus, it's cold." "It will be." "Listen." At first faintly, intermittently, through the falling snow and against the northerly wind, came the sound of an engine closing. Within 2 minutes, the exhaust beat was sharp and distinct. Conrad said, "Well, would you believe it? They got their motor fixed." We remained quietly where we were, bobbing gently at anchor and shivering in the deepening cold, as Heisman's boat rounded the northern arm of the jetty and cut its engine. Heisman, Gorin, and Ljungbeck didn't just tie up and go ashore immediately. They remained by the jetty for over 10 minutes. It was impossible to see what they were doing. The darkness and the snow made it impossible to see even the most shadowy outlines of their forms. But several times we could see the flickering of torch beams behind the jetty arm. Several times I heard distinctly metallic thuds, and twice I imagined I heard the splash of something heavy entering the water. Finally, we saw 3 pinpoints of light move along the main arm of the jetty and disappear in the direction of the cabin. Conrad said, "I suppose at this stage I should have some intelligent questions to ask." "And I should have some intelligent answers. I think we'll have them soon. Get that anchor in, will you?" I started up the outboard again, and keeping it at its lowest revolutions, moved eastwards for another 200 yards, then turned south, until, calculating that the combination of distance and the northerly wind had taken us safely out of earshot of the cabin, I judged the moment had come to open the throttle to its maximum. Navigating, if that was the word for it, was easier than I had thought it would be. We'd been out more than long enough now to achieve the maximum in night sight, and I had little difficulty in making out the coastline to my right. Even on a darker night than this, it would have been difficult not to distinguish the sharp demarcation line between the blackness of the cliffs and the snow-covered hills stretching away beyond them. Neither was the sea as rough as I had feared it might be. Choppy, but no more than that. The wind could hardly have lain in a more favourable quarter than it did that night. Cap Malgren came up close on the starboard hand, and I turned the boat more to the southwest to move into the Evje-bukta. But not too much, for although the cliffs were easily enough discernible, objects low in the water and lying against their black background were virtually undetectable, and I had no wish to run the boat onto the islands that I had observed that morning in the northern part of the bay. For the first time since we'd weighed anchor, Conrad spoke. He was possessed of an exemplary patience. Clearing his throat, he said, "Is one permitted to ask a question?" "You're even permitted to receive an answer. Remember those extraordinary stacks and pinnacles close by the cliffs, when we were rounding the south of the island in the morning rose?" "Oh, blessed memory," Conrad said yearningly. "No need for heartbreak," I said encouragingly. "You'll be seeing her again tonight." "What?" "Yes, indeed." "The morning rose?" "None other. That is to say, I hope. But later. Those stacks were caused by erosion, which in turn was caused by tidal streams, storm waves, and frost. Ireland used to be much bigger than it is now. Bits of it are falling into the sea all the time. This same erosion also caused caves to form in the cliffs. But it formed something else. I knew nothing about it until this afternoon, which I think must be unique in the world. 200 or 300 yards in from the southern tip of this bay, a promontory called Cap Kolthoff is a tiny horseshoe-shaped harbour. I saw it through the binoculars this morning. You did? I was out for a walk. At the inner end of this harbour there is an opening. Not just any opening, but a tunnel that goes clear through to the other side of Cap Kolthoff. It must be at least 200 yards in length. It's called Perleporten. You have to have a large-scale map of Bear Island to find it. I got my hands on a large-scale map this afternoon. That length? Straight through? It must be man-made. Who the hell would spend a fortune tunnelling through 200 yards of rock from A to B when you can sail from A to B in 5 minutes? I mean, in Bear Island. It's not very likely, Conrad said. And you think Heisman and his friends may have been here? I don't know where else they could have been. I looked every place I could look this morning in the Sohamna and in this bay. Nothing. Conrad said nothing, which was one of the things I liked about a man, whom I was beginning to like very much. He could have asked a dozen questions, to which there were as yet no answers. But because he knew there were none, he refrained from asking them. The Evinrude kept purring along with reassuring steadiness, and in about 10 minutes I could see the outline of the cliffs on the south of the Evje-bukta looming up. To the left, the tip of Cap Kolthoff was clearly to be seen. I imagined I could see white breakers beyond. "There can't possibly be anyone to see us," I said. "And we don't need our night sight any more. I know there are no islands in the vicinity. Headlamps will be handy." Conrad moved up into the bows and switched on 2 of our powerful torches. Within 2 minutes, I could see the sheer, dripping black cliffs less than 100 yards ahead. I turned to starboard and paralleled the cliffs to the northwest. 1 minute later, we had it. The eastward-facing entrance to a tiny circular inlet. I throttled the motor right back and moved gingerly inside, and almost at once we had it. A small semicircular opening at the base of the south cliff. It seemed impossibly small. We drifted towards it at less than 1 knot. Conrad looked back over his shoulder. "I'm claustrophobic." "Me too." "If we get stuck?" "The 16-footer is bigger than this one." "If it was here?" "Ah, well, in for a penny, in for a pound." I crossed my mental fingers that Conrad would have cause to remember those words, and eased the boat into the tunnel. It was bigger than it looked, but not all that bigger. The waves and waters of countless eons had worn the rock walls as smooth as alabaster. Although it held a remarkably true direction almost due south, it was clear, because of the varying widths and the varying heights of the tunnel roof, that the hand of man had never been near the Perleporten. Then, suddenly, when Conrad called out and pointed ahead and to the right, that wasn't so clear any more. The opening in the wall, no more, really, than an indentation, hardly distinguishable from one or two already past, was at its deepest no more than 6 feet. But it was bounded by an odd flat shelf that varied from 2 to 5 feet in width. It looked as if it had been man-made, but then there were so many curiously shaped rock formations in those parts that it might just possibly have resulted from natural causes. But there was one thing about that place that absolutely was in no way due to natural causes. A pile of grey-painted metal bars, neatly stacked in criss-cross symmetry. Neither of us spoke. Conrad switched on the other 2 torches, pivoted their heads until they were facing upwards, and placed them all on the shelf, flooding the tiny area with light. Not without some difficulty, we scrambled onto the shelf and looped the painter around one of the bars. Still without speaking, I took the boat hook and probed the bottom. It was less than 5 feet below the surface, and a very odd kind of rock it felt too. I guddled about some more, let the hook strike something at once hard and yielding, and hauled it up. It was a 1/2-inch chain, corroded in places but still sound. I hauled some more, and the end of another rectangular bar, identical in size to those on the shelf, and secured to the chain by an eye bolt, came into sight. It was badly discoloured. I lowered chain and bar back to the bottom. Still in this uncanny silence, I took a knife from my pocket and tested the surface of one of the bars. The metal, almost certainly lead, was soft and yielding. But it was no more than a covering skin. There was something harder beneath. I dug the knife blade in hard and scraped away an inch of the lead. Something yellow glittered in the lamplight. "Well now," Conrad said, "jackpot, I believe, is the technical term." "Something like that." "And look at this." Conrad reached behind the pile of bars and brought up a can of paint. It was labelled Instant Grey. "It seems to be very good stuff," I said. I touched one of the bars. "Quite dry, and you must admit quite clever. You saw off the eye bolt, paint the whole lot over, and what do you have? A ballast bar, identical in size and colour to the ballast bars in the mock-up sub." 10 out of 10, I said. I hefted one of the bars. Just right for easy handling. A 40-pound ingot. "How do you know?" "It's my treasury training. Current value, say, $30,000. How many bars in that pile, would you say?" 100. More. And that's just for starters. Bulk is almost certainly still under water. Paintbrushes there?" "Yes." Conrad reached behind the pile, but I checked him. "Please not," I said. "Think of all those lovely fingerprints." Conrad said slowly, "My mind's just engaged gear again." He looked at the pile and said incredulously, $3 million? Give or take a few percent. "I think we'd better leave," Conrad said. "I'm coming all over avaricious." We left. As we emerged into the little circular bay, we both looked back at the dark and menacing little tunnel. Conrad said, "Who discovered this?" "I have no idea." "Perleporten. What does that mean?" "The gates of pearl." "They came pretty close at that." "It wasn't a bad try." The journey back was a great deal more unpleasant than the outward one had been. The seas were against us, The icy wind and the equally icy snow were in our faces, and because of the same snow, the visibility was drastically reduced. But we made it inside an hour, almost literally frozen stiff, but at the same time contradictorily shaking with the cold. We tied the boat up. Conrad clambered up onto the jetty. I passed in the black box, cut about 30 feet off the boat's anchor rope, and followed. I built a rope cradle round the box, fumbled with a pair of catches, and opened a hinged cover section which comprised a third of the top plate and 2/3 of a side plate. In the near-total darkness, switches and dials were less than half-seen blurs, but I didn't need light to operate this instrument, which was a basically very simple affair anyway. I pulled out a manually operated telescopic aerial to its fullest extent and turned 2 switches. A dim green light glowed, and a faint hum, that couldn't have been heard a yard away, came from the box. "I always think it's so satisfactory when those little toys work," Conrad said. "But won't the snow gum up the works?" "This little toy costs just over £1,000. You can immerse it in acid, you can boil it in water, you can drop it from a 4-story building. It still works. It's got a little sister that can be fired from a naval gun. I don't think a little snow will harm, do you?" "I wouldn't think so." He watched in silence as I lowered the box, pilot light facing the stonework, over the south arm of the pier, secured the rope to a bollard, made it fast round its base, and concealed it with a scattering of snow. "What's the range?" 40 miles. It won't require a quarter of that tonight." "And it's transmitting now?" "It's transmitting now." We moved back to the main arm of the pier, brushing footmarks away with our gloves. I said I wouldn't think they would have heard us coming back, but no chances. "A weather eye, if you please." I was down inside the hull of the mock-up sub, and had rejoined Conrad inside 2 minutes. He said, "No trouble?" "None. The 2 paints don't quite match, but you'd never notice it unless you were looking for it." We were not greeted like returning heroes. It would not be true to say that our return, or our early return, was greeted with anything like disappointment, but there was definitely an anticlimactic air to it. Maybe they had already expended all their sympathies on Heisman, Jungbeck, and Goen, who had claimed, predictably enough, that their engine had broken down in the late afternoon. Heisman thanked us properly enough, but there was a faint trace of amused condescension to his thanks that would normally have aroused a degree of antagonism in me, were it not for the fact that my antagonism towards Heisman was already so total that any deepening of it would have been quite impossible. So Conrad and I contented ourselves with making a show of expressing our relief to find the 3 voyagers alive, while not troubling very much to conceal our chagrin. Conrad especially was splendid at this. Clearly he had a considerable future as an actor. The atmosphere in the cabin was almost unbearably funereal. I would have thought that the safe return of 5 of their company might have been cause for some subdued degree of rejoicing. But it may well have been that the very fact of our being alive only heightened the collective awareness of the dead woman lying in her cubicle. Heisman tried to tell us about the marvellous backgrounds he had found that day, and I couldn't help reflecting that he was going to have a most hellishly difficult job in setting up camera and sound crews within the extraordinarily restrictive confines of the Père La Portant tunnel. Heisman desisted when it became clear that no one was listening to him. Otto made a half-hearted attempt to establish some kind of working relationship with me, and even went to the length of pressing some scotch upon me, which I accepted without thanks, but drank nevertheless. He tried to make some feebly jocular remark about open pores, and it being obvious that I didn't intend venturing forth again that night. And I didn't tell him, not just yet, that I did indeed intend to venture forth again that night, but that as my proposed walk would take me no farther than the jetty, it was unlikely that all the open pores in the world would incapacitate me. I looked at my watch. Another 10 minutes, no more. Then we would all go for that little walk. The 4 directors of Olympus Productions, Lonnie and myself. Just the 6 of us, no more. The 4 directors were already there, and given the time Lonnie normally took to regain contact with reality after a prolonged session with the only company left in the world that gave him any solace, it was time that he was here also. I went down the passage and into his cabin. It was bitterly cold in there, because the window was wide open, and it was wide open because that was the way that Lonnie had elected to leave his cubicle, which was quite empty. I picked up a torch that was lying by the rumpled cot and peered out of the window. The snow was still falling, and steadily, but not so heavily as to obscure the tracks that led away from the window. There were 2 sets of tracks. Lonnie had been persuaded to leave. Not that he would have required much persuasion. I ignored the curious looks that came my way as I went quickly through the main cabin and headed for the provisions hut. Its door was open, but Lonnie was not there either. The only sure sign that he had been there was a half-full bottle of scotch with its screw-top off. So much for Lonnie and his mighty oath, taken with his hand on a vat of the choicest malt. The tracks outside the hut were numerous and confused. It was clear that my chances of isolating and following any particular set of those was minimal. I returned to the cabin, and there was no lack of immediate volunteers for the search. Lonnie had never made an unwitting enemy in his life. It was the Count who found him, inside a minute, face down in a deep drift behind the generator shed. He was already shrouded in white, so he must have been lying there for some time. He was clad in only shirt, pullover, trousers, and what appeared to be a pair of ancient carpet slippers. The snow beside his head was stained yellow where the contents, or part of the contents, of yet another bottle, still clutched in his right hand, had been spilt. We turned him over. If ever a man looked like a dead man, it was Lonnie. His skin was ice-cold to the touch, his face the colour of old ivory. His glazed, unmoving eyes were open to the falling snow, and there was no rise and fall to his chest. But on the off-chance that there might just be some substance in the old saw that a special providence looks after little children and drunks, I put my ear to his chest and thought I detected a faint and far-off murmur. We carried him inside and laid him out on his cot. While oil heaters, hot water bags and heated blankets were being brought in or prepared. Apart from the general esteem in which Lonnie was held, everyone seemed almost pathetically eager to contribute to something constructive. I used my stethoscope and established that he did indeed have a heartbeat, if such a term could be applied to something as weak and as fluttering as the wings of a wounded captive bird. I thought briefly of a heart stimulant and brandy, and dismissed both ideas. Both, in his touch-and-go condition, were as likely to kill him off as to have any good effect. So we just concentrated on heating up the frozen and lifeless-seeming body as quickly as possible, while 4 people continuously massaged ominously white feet and hands to try to restore some measure of circulation. 15 minutes after we'd first found him, he was perceptibly breathing again, a shallow and gasping fight for air, but breathing nevertheless. He was now as warm as artificial aids could make him, so I thanked the others and told them they could go. I asked the 2 Marys to stay behind as nurses, because I couldn't stay myself. By my watch, I was already 10 minutes late. Lonnie's eyes moved. No other part of him did, but his eyes moved. After a few moments, they focused blearily on me. He was as conscious as he was likely to be for a long time. "You bloody old fool," I said. It was no way to talk to a man with one foot still halfway through death's door, but it was the way I felt. "Why did you do it?" "Ah." His voice was a far-off whisper. "Who took you out of here? Who gave you the drink?" I was aware that the 2 Marys had at first stared at me, then at each other, but the time was gone when it mattered what anyone thought. Lonnie's lips moved soundlessly a few times. Then his eyes flickered shiftily, and he gave a drunken cackle, no more than a faint, rasping sound deep in his throat. "A kind man," he whispered weakly. "Very kind man." I would have shaken him, except for the fact that I would certainly have shaken the life out of him. I restrained myself with a considerable effort and said, "What kind man, Lonnie?" "Kind man," he muttered. "Kind man." He lifted one thin wrist and beckoned. I bent towards him. "Know something?" His voice was a fading murmur. "Tell me, Lonnie." "In the end." His voice trailed away. "Yes, Lonnie." He made a great effort. "In the end?" There was a long pause. I had to put my ear to his mouth. "In the end, there's only kindness." He lowered his waxen eyelids. I swore, and I kept on swearing until I realized that both girls were staring at me with shocked eyes. They must have thought that I was swearing at Lonnie. I said to Mary Stuart, "Go to Conrad. Charles, tell him to tell the Count to come to my cubicle. Now, Conrad will know how to do it." She left without a question. Mary Darling said to me, "Will Lonnie live, Dr. Marlowe?" "I don't know, Mary." But he's quite warm now." "It won't be exposure that will kill him, if that's what you mean." She looked at me, the eyes behind the horn rims at once earnest and scared. You mean he might go from alcoholic poisoning?" "He might. I don't know." She said, with a flash of that almost touching asperity that could be so characteristic of her, "You don't really care, do you, Dr. Marlowe?" "No, I don't." She looked at me, the pinched face shocked, and I put my arm around the thin shoulders. "I don't care, Mary, because he doesn't care. Lonnie's been dead a long time now." I went back to my cubicle, found the Count there, and wasted no words. I said, "Are you aware that that was a deliberate attempt on Lonnie's life?" "No. But I wondered." The Count's customary cloak of badinage had fallen away completely. "Do you know that Judith Haynes was murdered?" "Murdered?" The Count was badly shaken, and there was no pretence about it either. "Somebody injected her with a lethal dose of morphine. Just for good measure, it was my hypodermic. My morphine." He said nothing. "So your rather illegal bullion hunt has turned out to be something more than fun and games." "Indeed it has." "You know you have been consorting with murderers?" "I know now." "You know now. You know what interpretation the law will put on that?" "I know that too." "You have your gun?" He nodded. "You can use it?" "I am a Polish count, sir." A touch of the old Thaddeus. "And very impressive a Polish count should look in a witness box too," I said. "You are aware, of course, that your only hope is to turn Queen's evidence?" "Yes," he said. "I know that too." Chapter 13. "Mr. Garron," I said, "I'd be grateful if you, Mr. Heisman, Mr. Goen, and Thaddeus here would step outside with me for a moment." "Step outside?" Otto looked at his watch, his three fellow directors, his watch again, and me, in that order. "On a night like this? And at an hour like this? Whatever for?" "Please." I looked at the others in the cabin. "I'd also be grateful if the rest of you remained here, in this room, till I return. I hope I won't be too long. You don't have to do as I ask, and I'm certainly in no position to enforce my request, but I suggest it would be in your own best interest to do so. I know now, I've known since this morning, who the killer amongst us is. But before I put a name to this man, I think it is only fair and right that I should first discuss the matter with Mr. Guerin and his fellow directors. This brief address was received, not unsurprisingly, in total silence. Otto, predictably, was the one to break the silence. He cleared his throat and said carefully, "You claim to know this man's identity?" "I do." "You can substantiate this claim?" "Prove it, you mean?" "Yes." "No, I can't." "Ah," Otto said significantly. He looked around the company and said, "You're taking rather much upon yourself, are you not?" "In what way?" "This rather dictatorial attitude you've been increasingly adopting. Good God, man! If you found, or think you found, our man, for God's sake tell us, and don't make this big production out of it. It ill becomes any man to play God, Dr. Marlowe. I would remind you that you're but one of a group, an employee, if you like, of Olympus Productions, just like—" "I am not an employee of Olympus Productions. I am an employee of the British Treasury, who has been sent to investigate certain aspects of Olympus Productions Limited. Those investigations are now completed." Otto overreacted to the extent that he let his jaw drop. Goin didn't react much, but his smooth and habitually bland face took on a wary expression that was quite foreign to it. Heisman said incredulously, "A government agent? A secret service?" "You've got your countries mixed up. Government agents work for the U.S. Treasury, not the British one. I'm just a civil servant, and I've never fired a pistol in my life, far less carried one. I have as much official power as a postman or a Whitehall clerk, no more. That's why I'm asking for cooperation." I looked at Otto. "That's why I'm offering you what I regard as the courtesy of a prior consultation." "Investigations?" Clearly, I'd lost Otto at least half a minute previously. "What kind of investigations? And how does it come that a man hired as doctor—" Otto broke off, shaking his head in the classic manner of one baffled beyond all hope of illumination. "How do you think it came that none of the 7 other applicants for the post of medical officer turned up for an interview? They don't teach us much about manners in medical school, but we're not as rude as that. Shall we go?" Goin said calmly, "I think, Otto, that we should hear what he has to say." "I think I'd like to hear what you have to say, too," Conrad said. He was one of the very few in the cabin who wasn't looking at me as if I was some creature from outer space. "I'm sure you would. However, I'm afraid you'll have to remain. But I would like a private word with you, if I may." I turned without waiting for an answer and made for my cubicle. Otto barred my way. "There's nothing you can have to say to Charles that you can't say to all of us." "How do you know?" I brushed roughly by him and closed the door when Conrad entered the cubicle. I said, "I don't want you to come for 2 reasons. If our friends arrive, they may miss me down at the jetty and come straight here. I'd like you, in that case, to tell them where I am. More importantly, I'd like you to keep an eye on Youngbeck. If he tries to leave, try to reason with him. If he won't listen to reason, let him go, about 3 feet. If you can just kind of naturally happen to have a full bottle of scotch or such like in your hand at the time, then clobber him with all you have. Not on the head, that would kill him. On the shoulder, close into the neck. You'll probably break the odd bone. In any event, it will surely incapacitate him." Conrad didn't as much as raise an eyebrow. He said, "I can see why you don't bother with guns." "Socially and otherwise," I said, "a bottle of scotch is a great leveller." I'd taken a Coleman storm lantern along with me, and now hung it on a rung of the vertical iron ladder leading down from the conning tower to the interior of the submarine mock-up. Its harsh glare threw that icily dank metallic tomb into a weirdly heterogeneous mélange of dazzling white and inkily black geometrical patterns. While the others watched me in a far-from-friendly silence, I unscrewed one of the wooden floor battens, lifted and placed a ballast bar on top of the compressor, and scraped at the surface with the blade of my knife. "You will observe," I said to Otto, "that I am not making a production of this. Prologues dispensed with, we arrive at the point without waste of time." I closed my knife and inspected the handiwork it had wrought. "All that glitters is not gold, but does this look like toffee to you?" I looked at them each in turn. Clearly, it didn't look like toffee to any of them. A total lack of reaction. A total lack of surprise. I put my knife back in my pocket and smiled at the stiffening attitudes of 3 out of the 4 of them. "Scout's honour, we civil servants never carry guns. And why should there be surprise even at the fact of my knowledge? All 4 of you have been perfectly well aware for some time that I am not what I was engaged to be. And why should any of you express surprise at the sight of this gold? After all, that was the only reason for your coming to Bear Island in the first place." They said nothing. Curiously enough, they weren't even looking at me. They were all looking at the gold ingot, as if it were vastly more important than I was, which, from their point of view, was probably a perfectly understandable priority preference. Dear me, I said. Where are all the instant denials, the holier-than-thou clutching of the hearts, the outraged cries of "What in God's name are you talking about?" I would think, wouldn't you, that the unbiased observer would find this negative reaction every bit as incriminating as a written confession. I looked at them with what might have been interpreted as an encouraging expression. But again, apart from Heisman's apparently finding it necessary to lubricate his lower lip with the tip of his tongue, I elicited no response. So I went on. It was, as even your defending counsel will have to admit in court, a clever and well-thought-out scheme. Would any of you care to tell me what the scheme was? It is my opinion, Dr. Marlowe, Otto said magisterially, that the strain of the past few days has made you mentally unbalanced. Not a bad reaction at all, I said approvingly. Unfortunately, you're about 2 minutes too late in coming up with it. No volunteers to set the scene, then? Do we suffer from an excess of modesty, or just a lack of cooperation? Wouldn't you, for instance, Mr. Gowen, care to say a few words? After all, you are in my debt. Without me, without our dramatic little confrontation, you'd have been dead before the week was out. I think Mr. Guerin is right, Gowen said, in that measured voice he knew so well how to use. Me? About to die? He shook his head. The strain for you must have been intolerable. Under such circumstances, as a medical man, you should know that a person's imagination can easily— Imagination? Am I imagining this 40-pound gold ingot? I pointed to the ballast bars below the battens. Am I imagining those other 15 ingots there? Am I imagining the 100-odd ingots piled on a rock shelf inside the Perleporten? Am I imagining the fact that your total lack of reaction to the word Perleporten demonstrates beyond question that you all know what Perleporten is, where it is, and what its significance is? Am I imagining the scores of other lead-sheathed ingots still underwater in the Perleporten? Let's stop playing silly little games, for your own game is up. As I say, quite a clever little game while it lasted. What better cover for a bullion recovery trip to the Arctic than a film unit? After all, film people are widely regarded as being eccentric, to the extent of being lunatic, so that even their most ludicrous behaviour is accepted as being normal within its own abnormal context. What better time to set out to achieve the recovery of this bullion than when there are only a few hours daylight, so that the recovery operation can be carried out through the long hours of darkness? What better way of bringing the bullion back to Britain than by switching it with this vessel's ballast, so that it can be slipped into the country under the eyes of the customs authorities? I surveyed the ballast. 4 tons, according to this splendid brochure that Mr. Heisman wrote. I'd put it nearer 5. Say $10 million. Justifies a trip to even an out-of-the-way resort like Bear Island, I'd say. Wouldn't you? They wouldn't say anything. By and by, I went on, you'd probably have manufactured some excuse for towing this vessel down to Perleporten, so as to make the transshipment of the gold all that easier. And then, hey-ho for merry England, and the just enjoyment of the fruits of your labours. Could I be wrong? No. Otto was very calm. You're right. But I think you'd find it very hard to make a criminal case out of this. What could we possibly be charged with? Theft? Ridiculous. Finders, keepers. Finders, keepers. A few miserable tons of gold. Your ambitions are only paltry. You're only skimming the surface of the available loot. Isn't that so, Heisman? They all looked at Heisman. Heisman, in turn, didn't appear particularly anxious to look at anyone. Why do you silly people think I'm here? I said. Why do you think that in spite of the elaborate smokescreen you set up, the British government not only knew that you were going to Bear Island, but also knew that your purpose in going there was not as advertised? Don't you know that in certain matters European governments cooperate very closely? Don't you know that most of them share a keen interest in the activities of Johann Heisman? For what you don't know is that most of them know a great deal more about Johann Heisman than you do. Perhaps, Heisman, you'd like to tell them yourself? Starting, shall we say, with the 30-odd years you've been working for the Soviet government? Otto stared at Heisman, his huge jowls seeming to fall apart. Gowen's facial muscles tightened until the habitual smooth blandness had vanished from his face. The Count's expression didn't change. He just nodded slowly, as if understanding at last the solution of a long-standing problem. Heisman looked acutely unhappy. Well, I said, as Heisman doesn't appear to have any intention of telling anyone anything, I suppose that leaves it up to me. Heisman here is a remarkably gifted specialist in an extremely specialized field. He is, purely and simply, a treasure hunter, and there's no one in the business who can hold a candle to him. But he doesn't just hunt for the type of treasure that you people think he does. I fear he may have been deceiving you on this point, as indeed he has been deceiving you on another. I refer to the fact that a precondition of his cutting you into a share of the loot was that his niece, Mary Stuart, be employed by Olympus Productions. Having the nasty and suspicious minds that you do, you probably and rapidly arrived at the conclusion that she wasn't his niece at all, which she isn't, and was along for some other purposes, which she is. But not for the purposes which your nasty and suspicious minds attributed to her. For Heisman, Miss Stuart was essential for the achievement of an entirely different purpose, which he kind of forgot to tell you about. Miss Stuart's father, you have to understand, was just as unscrupulous and unprincipled a rogue as any of you. He held very senior positions in both the German Navy and the Nazi Party, and, like others similarly placed, used his power to feather his own nest, just as Hermann Goering did. when the war was seen to be lost, although he was smarter than Goering and managed to get out from under before the war criminal roundup. The gold, although this will probably never be proved, almost certainly came from the vaults of Norwegian banks, and a man with all the resources of the German Navy behind him would have had no trouble in choosing such a splendidly isolated spot as Perleporten in Bear Island, and having the stuff transferred there. Probably by submarine, not that it matters. But it wasn't just the gold that was transported to Perleporten, which is why Mary Stuart is here. Feathers weren't enough for Dad's nest. Nothing less than swan's down would do. The swan's down almost certainly took the form of either bank bonds or securities, probably obtained, I wouldn't say purchased, in the late 30s. Such securities are perfectly redeemable even today. An attempt was recently made to sell £30 million worth of such securities through foreign exchange, but the West German Federal Bank wouldn't play ball because proper owner identification was lacking. But there wouldn't be any problem about owner identification this time, would there, Heisman? Heisman didn't say whether there would or there wouldn't. "And where are they?" I said. "Nicely welded up in a dummy steel ingot?" As he still wasn't being very forthcoming, I went on. "No matter, we'll have them. And then you're never going to have the pleasure of seeing Mary Stuart's father put his signature and fingerprints on those documents, and of checking that they match up." "You're sure of that?" Heisman said. He had recovered his normal degree of composure, which meant that he was very composed indeed. In a changing world like ours, who can be sure of anything? But with that proviso, yes. "I think you've overlooked something." "I have?" "Yes. We have Admiral Hanneman." "That's Miss Stuart's father's true name." "You didn't even know that?" "No. It's of no relevance. And no, I haven't overlooked that fact. I shall attend to that matter shortly, after I have attended to your friends. Maybe that's the wrong word. Maybe they're not your friends any more. I mean, they don't look particularly friendly, do they?" "Monstrous!" Otto shouted. "Absolutely monstrous! Unforgivable! Diabolical! Our own partner!" He spluttered into an outraged silence. "Despicable," Gowan said coldly. "Absolutely contemptible." "Isn't it?" I said. "Tell me, does this moral indignation stem from this revelation of the depths of Heisman's perfidy, or merely because he omitted to cut you in on the proceeds of the cashing of the securities? Don't bother answering that question. It's purely rhetorical. As villains, you're dyed in the same inky black as Heisman. What I mean is, most of you spend a great deal of time and careful thought in concealing from the other members of the board of Olympus Productions just what the true natures of your activities are. Heisman is hardly alone in this respect. Take the Count here. Compared to the rest of you, he was a Vestal angel, but even he dabbled in some murky waters. For over 30 years now he's been a member of the board and has had a free meal ticket for life because he happened to be in Vienna when the Anschluss came, when Otto headed for the States and Heisman was spirited away. Heisman was spirited away because Otto had arranged for him to be, so that he could take all the film company's capital out of the country. Otto was never a man to hesitate when it came to selling a friend down the river. What Otto didn't know, but what the Count did, but carefully refrained from telling him, was that Heisman's disappearance had been entirely voluntary. Heisman had been a German secret agent for some time, and his adopted country needed him. What his adopted country didn't know was that Russia had adopted him even before they had. But this isn't germane to the main point. That Otto believed he had betrayed a friend for gold, and that the Count knew it. Unfortunately, it's going to be very hard to prove anything against the Count. and not being a grasping man by nature, never having asked for anything more than his salary, there's nothing to demonstrate blackmail, which is why I've chosen him, and he's accepted, as the person to turn Queen's evidence against his fellow directors on the board. Heisman now joined Otto and Goyen in giving the Count the kind of look they had so lately given him. Or take Otto, I went on. For years he'd been embezzling very large sums of money from the company, virtually bleeding it white. It was now the turn of Heisman and the Count to stare at Otto. Or take Goyen. He discovered about the embezzling, and for 2 or 3 years he's been blackmailing Otto and bleeding him white. In sum, you constitute the most unpleasant, unprincipled, and depraved bunch it's ever been my misfortune to encounter. But I haven't even scratched the surface of your infamy, have I? Or the infamy of one of you. We haven't even discussed the person responsible for the violent deaths that have taken place. He is, of course, one of you. He is, of course, quite mad, and will end his days in Broadmoor. Although I have to admit that there's been a certain far from crazy logic in his thinking and actions. But a prison for the insane, one regrets the abolition of the death penalty, is a certainty. It may well be, Otto, as well as being the best you can hope for, that you won't live long after you get there. Otto said nothing. The expression on his face remained unchanged. I went on. For your hired killers, of course, Ljungbeck and Heiter, there will be life sentences in maximum security jails. The temperature in that icily cold metallic tomb had fallen to many degrees below freezing point. But everyone appeared to be completely unaware of the fact. The classic example of mind over matter, and heaven knew that minds could rarely have been more exclusively and almost obsessively possessed than those of the men in those weird and alien surroundings. Otto Guerin is an evil man, I said, and the enormity of his crimes scarcely comes within the bounds of comprehension. However, one has to admit that he has had the most singularly wretched luck in his choice of business associates, and those associates must be held partly to blame for the terrible events that happened. For their extraordinary cupidity and selfishness drove Otto into a corner from which he could escape only by resorting to the most desperate measures. We have already established that 3 of you here have been blackmailing Otto steadily over the years. His other 2 fellow directors, his daughter, Anne Stryker, joined wholeheartedly in what had become by this time a very popular pastime. They, however, used a very different basis for their blackmail. This basis I cannot as yet prove, but the facts, I believe, will be established in time. The facts are concerned with a car crash that took place in California over 20 years ago. There were 2 cars involved. One of those belonged to Lonnie Gilbert and had 3 women inside, his wife and 2 daughters, all of whom appeared to be considerably the worse for drink at the time. The other car belonged to the Strikers. But the Strikers were not in their car. The 2 people who were had, like Lonnie's family, been at the same party in the Strikers' house, and, like Lonnie's family, were in an advanced state of intoxication. They were Otto and Neil Devine. Isn't that so, Otto? There's nothing of this rubbish that can be proved. Not yet. Now, Otto was driving the car. But when Devine recovered from the effects of the crash, he was convinced, no doubt by Otto, that he had been at the wheel. So for years now, Devine has been under the impression that he owes his immunity from manslaughter charges purely to Otto's silence. The salary lists show— Where did you get the salary lists from? Gowen asked. From your cubicle, where I also found this splendid bank book of yours. The lists show that Devine has been receiving only a pittance in salary for years. How admirable is our Otto! He not only makes a man take the responsibility for deaths which he himself has caused, but in the process reduces that man to the level of a serf and a pauper. The blackmailed doing some blackmailing on his own account. Makes for a pretty picture all round, does it not? But the strikers knew who had really caused the crash, for Otto had been driving when they left the house. So they sold their silence in return for jobs on the board of Olympus Productions and vastly inflated salaries. You are a lovable, lovable lot, aren't you? Do you know that this fat monster here actually tried to have Lonnie murdered tonight? Why? Because Judith Haynes, very shortly before she died, had told Lonnie the truth of what had happened in the car crash. So, of course, Lonnie would have been a danger to Otto as long as he had lived. I don't know who suggested this film expedition as a cover for getting the bullion. Heisman, I suppose. Not that it matters. What matters is that Otto saw in this proposed trip a unique and probably never-to-be-repeated opportunity to solve all his troubles at one stroke. The solution was simple. Eliminate all his 5 partners, including his daughter, whom he hated as much as she hated him. So he gets himself 2 guns for hire, Heiter and Ljungbeck. And no question about the hire aspect. I found £2,000 in £5 notes in Ljungbeck's case this afternoon. 2 alleged actors of whom no one but Otto had ever heard. In effect, Otto would clear his board in one fell sweep. He'd get rid of the people he hated, and who hated him. He'd buy enough time by their deaths to conceal his embezzlement. He'd collect very considerable insurance money, and get back in the black with the help of accommodating accountants, who can be as venal as the next lot. He would get all that lovely gold for himself, and above all, he'd be forever free of the continuous blackmail that had dominated his life and warped his mind until it drove him over the edge of insanity. I looked at Gowan. Do you understand now what I mean by saying that without me, you'd have been dead by the end of the week? Yes. Yes, I think so. I have no option other than to believe you are right. He looked at Otto in a kind of wonder. But if he was only after the board of directors, why should others die? Ill luck, ill management, or someone just got in his way. The first intended victim was the Count, and this was where the ill luck came in. Not the Count's, Antonio's. Otto, as I think digging into his past will show, is a man of many parts. Among some of the more esoteric skills acquired was some relating to either chemistry or medicine. Otto is at home with poisons. He is also, as so many very fat men are, extremely gifted at palming articles. At the table on the night when Antonio died, the food, as usual, was served from the side table at the top of the main table where Otto sat. Otto introduced some aconite, only a pinch was necessary, into the horseradish on the plate intended for the Count. Unfortunately for poor Antonio, the Count has a profound dislike of horseradish, and passed his on to the vegetarian Antonio. And so Antonio died. He tried to poison Heisman at the same time. But Heisman wasn't feeling in the best of form that evening, were you, Heisman? You will recall that you left the table in a great hurry, your plate untouched. The economical Haggerty, instead of consigning this clearly untouched plate to the gash bucket, put it back in the casserole, from which the 2 stewards, Scott and Moxon, were served later that night, and from which the Duke stole a few surreptitious mouthfuls. 3 became very ill. 2 died, all through ill luck. Aren't you overlooking the fact that Otto himself was poisoned? The Count said. Sure he was, by his own hand, to obviate any suspicion that might fall on him. He didn't use aconite, though. All that was required was some relatively harmless emetic, and some acting. This, incidentally, was why Otto sent me off on a tour of the Morning Rose, not to check on seasickness, but to see who else he might have poisoned by accident. His reaction when he heard of Antonio's death was unnaturally violent, though I didn't get the significance at the time. Matters took another tragic turn later that evening. 2 people came to check my cabin in my absence. One was either Ljungbeck or Heiter, and the other was Halliday. I looked at Heisman. "He was your man, wasn't he?" Heisman nodded silently. Heisman was suspicious of me. He wanted to check on my bona fides and examine my cases. Had them examined, rather, by Halliday. Otto was suspicious, and one of his hired men discovered that I'd been reading an article about aconite. One death, more or less, wasn't going to mean much to Otto now, so he planned to eliminate me, using his favourite eliminator, poison, in a bottle of scotch. Unfortunately for Halliday, who had come to see if he could lay hands on the medical case that I'd taken up to the saloon, he drank the nightcap intended for me. The other deaths are easy to explain. When the party was searching for Smithy, Ljungbeck and Heiter clobbered Allen and killed Stryker in this clumsy attempt to frame Allen. And during the night, Otto arranged for the execution of his own daughter. He was on watch with Ljungbeck, and the murder could only have occurred during that time. I looked at Otto. "You should have checked on your daughter's window. I'd screwed it shut, so that it was impossible for anyone to have entered from the outside. I'd also found that a hypodermic and a phial of morphine had been stolen. You don't have to admit any of this. Both Ljungbeck and Heiter will sing like canaries." "I admit everything." Otto spoke with a massive calm. "You are correct in every detail. Not that I see that any of it is going to do you any good." I'd said that he was an artist in palming things, and he proceeded to prove it. The very unpleasant-looking little black automatic that he held in his hand just seemed to have materialized there. "I don't see that that's going to do you any good either," I said. "After all, you've just admitted that you're guilty of everything I claimed you were." I was standing directly under the conning tower hatchway, where I deliberately and advisedly positioned myself as soon as we'd arrived, and I could see things that Otto couldn't. "Where do you think the Morning Rose is now?" "What was that?" I didn't much like the way his pudgy little hand tightened round the butt of his gun. "She never went farther than Tunheim, where there have been people up there waiting to hear from me. True, they couldn't hear by direct radio contact, because you'd had one of your hard men smash the trawler's receiver, hadn't you? But before the Morning Rose left here, I left aboard a radio device that tunes into a radio homer. They had clear instructions as to what to do the moment that device was actuated by the homer transmitter. It's been transmitting for almost 90 minutes now. There are armed soldiers and police officers of both Norway and Britain aboard that trawler. Rather, they were. They're aboard this vessel now. Please take my word for it. Otherwise, we have useless bloodshed." Otto didn't take my word for it. He stepped forward quickly, raising his gun as he peered up towards the conning tower. Unfortunately for Otto, he was standing in a brightly lit spot while peering up into the darkness. The sound of a shot, hurtful to the ears in that enclosed space, came at the same instant as his scream of pain, followed by a metallic clunk as the gun, falling from his bloodied hand, struck a bar of bullion. "I'm sorry," I said. "You didn't give me time to tell you that they were specially picked soldiers." 4 men descended into the body of the vessel. 2 were in civilian clothes, 2 in Norwegian army uniforms. One of the civilians said to me, "Dr. Marlowe?" I nodded, and he went on, "Inspector Matthewson, this is Inspector Nielsen. It looks as if we were on time." "Yes, thank you." They weren't in time to save Antonio and Halliday, the 2 stewards, Judith Haynes and her husband, but that was entirely my fault. You were very prompt indeed. We've been here for some time. We actually saw you go below. We came ashore by rubber dinghy from the outside, north of Mackail. Captain Imrie didn't much fancy coming up the Soar Hamner at night. I don't think he sees too well. But I do. The harsh voice came from above. Drop that gun! Drop it, or I'll kill you! Heiter's voice carried utter conviction. There was only one person carrying a gun, the soldier who had shot Otto, and he dropped it without hesitation at a sharp word from the Norwegian inspector. Heiter climbed down into the hull, his eyes watchful, his gun moving in a slight arc. "Well done, Heiter! Well done!" Otto moaned from the pain of his shattered hand. "Well done," I said. "You want to be responsible for another death. You want this to be the last thing Heiter ever does, well or not?" "Too late for words." Otto's puce face had turned grey. The blood was dripping steadily onto the gold. "Too late." "Too late, you fool. I knew that Heiter was mobile. You'd forgotten I was a doctor, even if not much of one. He'd a badly cut ankle inside a thick leather boot. That could only have been caused by a compound fracture. There was no such fracture. A sprained ankle doesn't cut the skin open. A self-inflicted injury. As in killing Stryker, so in killing Smith. A crude and total lack of imagination. You did kill him, didn't you, Heiter? Yes. He turned his gun on me. I like killing people. Put that gun down, or you're a dead man. He swore at me viciously and in contempt, and was still swearing when the red rose bloomed in the centre of his forehead. The Count lowered his beretta, dark smoke still wisping from its muzzle, and said apologetically, "Well, I was a Polish count. But we took it out of practice, you know." "I can see that," I said. "A rotten shot. But I guess it's worth a royal pardon at that." On the jetty, the police inspectors insisted on handcuffing Goen, Heisman, and even the wounded Otto. I persuaded them that the Count was not a danger, and further persuaded them to let me have a word with Heisman while they made their way up to the cabin. When we were alone, I said, "The water in the harbour there is below the normally accepted freezing point. With those heavy clothes and your wrists handcuffed behind your back, you'll be dead in 30 seconds. That's the advantage of being a doctor. One can be fairly definite about those things." I took him by the arm and pushed him towards the edge of the jetty. He said in a high, strained voice, "You had Heiter deliberately killed, didn't you?" "Of course. Didn't you know? There's no death penalty in England now. Up here, there's no problem. Goodbye, Heisman." "I swear it! I swear it!" His voice was now close to a scream. "I'll have Mary Stuart's parents released and safely reunited. I swear it. I swear it." "It's your life, Heisman." "Yes." He shivered violently, and it wasn't because of the bitter wind. "Yes, I know that." The atmosphere in the cabin was extraordinarily quiet and subdued. It stemmed, I suppose, from that reaction which is the inevitable concomitant of profound and still as yet unbelieving relief. Matthewson clearly had been explaining things. Ljungbeck was lying on the floor, his right hand clutching his left shoulder and moaning as if in great pain. I looked at Conrad, who looked at the fallen man, and then pointed to the broken shards of glass on the floor. "I did as you asked," he said. "I'm afraid the bottle broke." "I'm sorry about that," I said. "The Scotch, I mean." I looked at Mary Darling, who was sobbing bitterly, and at Mary Stuart, who was trying to comfort her, and looked only fractionally less unhappy. I said reprovingly, "Tears, idle tears, my two Marys. It's all over now." "Lonnie's dead?" Big, blurred eyes staring miserably from behind huge glasses. 5 minutes ago. He just died." "I'm sorry," I said. "But no tears for Lonnie. His words, not mine. He hates him who would on the rack of this rough world stretch him out longer." She looked at me uncomprehendingly. "Did he say that?" "No. Chap called Kent." "He said something else," Mary Stuart said. "He said we were to tell the kindly healer, I suppose he meant you, to bring his penny to toss for the first round of drinks in some bar. I didn't understand, a 4-ale bar?" "It wouldn't have been in Purgatory?" "Purgatory? Oh, I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me." "It makes sense to me," I said. "I won't forget my penny." That was Bear Island by Alistair MacLean, read by Jonathan Oliver. Produced by Catherine Fenton at Chatterbox Audio, with post-production by Natasha Caesar and Christine Oddy. A HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright 1971. Production copyright 2024 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Alistair MacLean asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.